vote.scout.org and access the relevant event to be ready to cast your vote. When a vote is activated, it will show on the left side of the screen under the Active Vote header. It will include the progress bar, timer and voter turnout. As quorum is determined at the beginning of the event, the voter turnout serves as an indication of those delegations that decided to practice their right to vote. Click on the Active Vote. The details of the selected vote will appear on the right side of your screen with the options available for casting your vote. As this is a simple motion, your vote options are in favor, against or abstain. Select your desired option and carefully review your vote allocation is correct. Note that once you have cast your vote, no further changes can be made. Confirm your vote by clicking the Confirm Vote button. A confirmation message that your vote has been submitted will appear. You are unable to change your vote once it is confirmed. When the vote is closed, the results will appear. You can see the overall results of the vote, plus how your delegation voted. For motions requiring a simple majority, the vote is carried with more than 50% of the votes cast in favor.
Bekledim.
Greetings to all our delegates and observers, including all scouts who are watching us live today on YouTube and Facebook. We are finally on the last day of our conference. So far, how was your experience, scouts? Please type in your thoughts through our chat box and comment down below so that we can feel your experience. For our last interview, we have again Sid Castillo, the Director for Educational Methods of the World Scout Bureau Asia Pacific region, to share with us the program in today's session. Welcome back, Sid.
Thank you, Bianca, and greetings to our dear participants who are with us today.
Sid, I'm really curious about something. Since this is the first time that the region has conducted the first ever virtual regional conference, what is your overall experience in handling this event with the team in the context of communications and information technology, especially on the modality of delivery and coordination?
As you know, Bianca, since the start of the pandemic, the region has been very innovative in conducting events to accommodate the challenges on the limitation of face-to-face events. In this triennium, most of our events had been conducted online. Let us take, for example, the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Summit, the Messenger of Peace Conference, and a series of webinars that attracted so many scouts and scout leaders and that engaged the services of volunteers and colleagues in this region and beyond. As someone involved directly in this event, I must say that the diverse experiences from the past events equipped and prepared us to handle this regional scout event. So we tested a lot of applications and platforms and took training to efficiently manage the conference preparations. In addition, it was also helpful for us in the team to prepare well and transition into digital platforms. For the tools, with the help of our colleagues from the Global Support Center and with the experience during the 42nd World Scout Conference, we were able to adapt the best practices on the World Scout Conference and integrate it to this event.
Thank you, Sid. I'm happy to hear about the experience of the team, and I'm also thankful that the organization has been doing its best for us scouts to engage and experience scouting even with the current situation brought by the pandemic. As we are on the last day of the conference, what do you think has been the impact of this event to the participating national scout organizations and the scouts in the region?
Well, Bianca, this conference brings us to a new start, especially to our National Scout Organization in this great region. As we have already elected our Regional Scout Committee members and subcommittee members, there will be a new team who will assist us to manage the region in achieving our plans and goals towards Vision 2023. Moreover, the conference also provided us a platform for National Scout Organization leaders to take part in the development of our 3-year regional plan. As you know, setting the strategic objectives, KPIs, and action steps will guide the region's direction in the next 3 years.
That's something we can look forward to, Sid. So, moving on, can you tell us a bit about the program which will be happening today?
Sure, Bianca. As today is our last day, we will have presentations and adoption of the conference resolution. We will be hearing from the new chairman of the Regional Scout Committee. More so, as one of the highlights of today's program is the special recognition ceremony. It is a tribute to those who have contributed valuable services to scouting in the past triennium. And lastly, this event will not be complete without the party, right, Bianca?
Yes.
So gear up. You are all invited to the International Cultural Evening, where we will showcase the talents of our scouts in the region.
As scouts, we are definitely born to be ready. And I'm so excited as well, Sid. Thank you for giving us your time. And I hope everyone is prepared for the last day of the conference. May we invite you all to the plenary session. Thank you.
day to everyone in the Asia Pacific region. Welcome to the 5th and final day of the 27th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference. I hope everyone is in a good mood as we move on with the remaining parts of our program.
Hello, Celeste. Hello, everyone, and hello, Asia and the Pacific. For the last day of the conference, we'll pick up where we left off. Productive discussions and voting on conference resolutions. We are also expecting the newly minted chairman of the APR Scout Committee, Governor Dale B. Corvera, to address the conference, share his vision for the new committee, and chart the course of this great Asia-Pacific region.
That is true, Bianca. Excitement is also brewing up for the special recognition ceremony for various regional awards, recognizing the outstanding performance of our NSO leaders and regional volunteers in advancing the cause of scouting in the region and in the world.
You know, Celeste, I am actually particularly excited with the international and cultural nights slated for this evening, as I have heard that our NSOs have prepared quite a show for everyone. So, we won't keep you waiting for so long. To continue with our plenary session, please welcome back the ladies of the conference, RYR Chairperson Dayan Eden I. Villasis and Sean Marie Pritel Patnubay.
Welcome back, brother and sister scouts. This conference is now back in session. Thank you for your eagerness and active participation in our plenary sessions over the last couple of days. I am pleased to inform the conference of the following. First, all proposed constitutional amendments were successfully ratified by the conference, paving the way for greater youth engagement in the Asia-Pacific region. By highlighting the apparent need to involve young people in decision-making, especially at the level of the Asia-Pacific Regional Scout Committee. Second, the newly appointed APR subcommittees for 2022 to 2025 had just concluded their very first meetings earlier this morning under its new leadership. The APR Youth Engagement Subcommittee, with the youngest subcommittee chairman for this triennium, Kenny Ralph S. Fernando of the Boy Scouts of the Philippines at 29. The APR Educational Methods Subcommittee with its returning chairman, Devraj Gemire of the Nepal Scouts. The APR Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee with its chairman, Rio Ashadi of the Gerakan Pramuka. The APR Social Impact Subcommittee with returning chairman Yorimasa Matsudaira of the Scout Association of Japan. The APR Communications and External Relations Committee with Laura Law of the Scout Association of Hong Kong as its chairman. And finally, the APR Governance Subcommittee with its chairman, Sherman Shang of the General Association of the Scouts of China.
From this point onward, we invite participants to discuss and deliberate the proposed conference resolutions as presented last Saturday. The proceedings of the proposed conference resolutions will be facilitated by my fellow presiding officer, Malcolm Tan Ban Ho of the Singapore Scout Association. Malcolm, over to you.
Thank you very much to the young presiding officers for doing an excellent job so far and continuing to do an excellent job in respect of this new forum. I was sharing my thoughts with Sister Luz Pari this morning, and I think the young MCs and the young presiding officers have really stolen the show. They are so full of excitement, enthusiasm, and they are really committed to scouting. Please give them a warm round of applause. In comparison, I am more or less a very grumpy old man, but I will do my best to conduct the next segment, which is the segment in relation to the resolutions. We will now begin the conference resolutions proceedings of this 27th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference. Before we proceed, I Would first like to ask all heads of delegations to go to vote.scout.org to log into the e-voting system. We will then play a short tutorial to remind everyone how to access the system with some important reminders. Production team, can I request that you play the video on how to log in? Thank you.
This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser.
Thank you very much, e-voting. Thank you very much, production team. Before we begin, again, I would like to remind all delegates that later on, when we start the voting sessions and during the presentation by the Resolutions Committee Chairman, I would humbly urge you not to post thank you, good morning, and other messages, because these are serious sessions and we need to ensure that you are able to capture any comments or any input that are relevant to the proceedings. Thank you so much. It now gives me great pleasure to call upon my friend and brother, the Resolutions Committee Chairman, Janaprith Fernando, Chief Commissioner of Sri Lanka, to make the presentation. Jana, please.
Good afternoon, good morning, conference. As we all know, 14 conference resolutions were presented on 19 February. The draft resolution submitted by Persekuturan Tenggakap, Malaysia, was missed due to technical reasons. After checking that resolution was submitted within the required timeline, the Resolutions Committee decided to accept the draft resolution. May I now present the draft resolution and request the production team to show the draft resolution on screen. Can we have the draft resolution on screen, please, technical team? Implementation of listening ear support network in NSOs. The conference, recognizing that the listening ear system, which was first introduced in the 22nd World Scout Jamboree 2011 and subsequently implemented in the following two World Jamborees, albeit only used in a camp setting for psychological support previously, the listening ear support network can be expanded in the scouting movement's day-to-day safe from harm best practices and approaches. Considering the increasing importance of mental well-being among the youth and community, being aware of the exacerbation of mental health issues by COVID-19 pandemic, acknowledging the SCOUT listening ear model approach from WUSM's Safe from Harm modular training program, Safe from Harm module from talking to walking and past World Scout Jamboree listening ear best practices. Request the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Committee to support the development of listening ear support network in NSOs to enhance mental health support, to promote mental health awareness and to strengthen WUSM's Safe from Harm approach. It is further recommended that the listening ear support network in NSOs include initiating, supporting, and overseeing the implementation of safe spaces for Scouts and providing a platform to have conversations where the listening ears listen and offer advice through a dedicated means of communication. This network will serve as the first point of contact in psychological first aid, which will be further supported by consultations with mental health professionals if deemed necessary. This should be implemented by the 28th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference. May I invite the representative from PPM to unmute and open the video. Do you wish to move this resolution? PPM? Thank you. Now may I invite the seconders to raise their virtual hands to second the resolution. The Scout Association of New Zealand and Scout Association of Maldives. Bertol, it's New Zealand and Maldives, not Indonesia. Thank you. Thank you, Maldives and New Zealand. Conference, all 15 draft resolutions have been presented and validated. And now I will hand you back to my good friend, Presiding Officer, Brother Malcolm Tan.
Thank you very much, Brother Janaprit. By now, I believe everyone should be sufficiently experienced with logging into the e-voting system. However, should you have any issues, please contact the help desk via email aprsc.support@scout.org. I will now take again a few moments to explain to the conference how the voting session process for this session will unfold, and I humbly request that you listen carefully. This session will take place in 2 time blocks. The first will be from now until 1:30 p.m. We will then break for the new APR Scout Committee Chairperson's challenge, and we will resume after he has delivered his challenge. We will be considering the draft resolutions in the order presented by the Resolutions Committee on 19 February 2022, except that the resolution on the implementation of Listening Ear Support Network in NSOs will be dealt with before the resolution on the APR Plan 2022-2025. Hence, the resolution on the APR Plan will be the final resolution for consideration. As we go through each resolution, the production team will flash the resolutions on screen. And you can also access the live document through the link that is shared in the Zoom chat. I believe the team has shared the voting link. Can I humbly request the production team to also share the link to access the live document? Production team, please. Now, once you are able to access the link, you will be able to see the actual live document. And the reason why we are providing the link for you to see the live document is because we understand that some delegates may have difficulties seeing it on the screen. So we will be giving you a link to access the live document in Google Documents. Now, again, I wish to remind everyone that please refrain from sending good day and hello messages in the Zoom chat. You may do so after the voting sessions. This is an official session for proceedings of the conference, and you will need to monitor the chat, the Zoom chat, to observe whether there are any delegates that wish to raise an issue. Thank you so much. Now, in the process, to start the process to consider each draft resolution, the proposer will be called upon if they wish to speak to the proposal. Thereafter, if there are any, we will consider amendments. Now, just to update the conference, there have been two opportunities for member organizations to propose amendments. The first was in the original call for amendments that was sent out by the Regional Support Center. when the first set of draft resolutions was sent. From no proposed amendments were received. The second opportunity was provided on Friday when member organizations were informed that they could still forward any proposed amendments to the support center if they wish to do so. Again, we have not received any proposed amendments. Thirdly, in accordance with time-honored rules of procedure, we will still allow amendments of the floor from the floor if need be. But if there are any amendments, the amendments will be reflected in purple text. Amendments will also be considered point by point. Delegations are reminded that if they wish to submit any amendments at this point in time, please do so as quickly as possible to the support center staff. Now, I remind delegates that before we proceed on the draft, on the voting of this resolution, we will consider each amendment first before we proceed to vote on actual representation. So if any representative of any delegation wishes to propose any amendment from the floor, will be requested to introduce a proposed amendment, and you'll have 1.5 minutes to speak to your proposed amendment. If there are no proposed amendments, you will then proceed for the vote. Before any vote is taken, the conference will be given an opportunity to discuss each proposed resolution. Now, official delegates will be given an opportunity to vote. Only official delegates can vote. However, it has been brought to my attention that under the rules of the procedure, observers may also participate in the proceedings. Therefore, I rule that observers will be allowed to make interventions, but observers will not be allowed to vote. Delegates wishing to address the conference must raise their hand virtually on the Zoom reaction box. The tellers will update me on who has raised their hand, and when I call upon your name, you will be given permission to speak. Then you may unmute your microphone and speak for 1.5 minutes. If any delegates face any technical issues, we may proceed to the next delegate wishing to speak and return to you. Our back-end production team will strive to support you in connecting so that you can share your input. Once all discussion has been concluded or the allotted time runs out, you will then proceed to vote using the e-voting platform. But depending on the outcome of the vote, any amendment may be introduced in the draft proposal, or it may be rejected. Once all amendments, if any, have been considered and voted on, I will move the resolution for a vote as amended or as originally constituted for a vote. At this time, I wish to request the production team to play the video on how to cast a vote on the e-voting system for simple motions. All the resolutions that appear before the conference in this session are simple motions. Please note that voting on draft resolutions and the amendments will only require a simple majority to be approved. But each NSO has only one vote to cast. I will be grateful if the production team can please play the video. Thank you.
This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. Here are the steps of how a delegation can cast their vote for simple motions. Log in to the e-voting system at vote.scout.org and access the relevant event to be ready to cast your vote. When a vote is activated, it will show on the left side of the screen under the active vote header. It will include the progress bar, timer and voter turnout. As quorum is determined at the beginning of the event, the voter turnout serves as an indication of those delegations that decided to practice their right to vote. Click on the active vote. The details of the selected vote will appear on the right side of your screen with the options available for casting your vote. As this is a simple motion, your vote options are in favor, against or abstain. Select your desired option and carefully review your vote allocation is correct. Note that once you have cast your vote, no further changes can be made. Confirm your vote by clicking the Confirm Vote button. A confirmation message that your vote has been submitted will appear. You are unable to change your vote once it is confirmed. When the vote is closed, the results will appear. You can see the overall results of the vote, plus how your delegation voted. For motions requiring a simple majority, the vote is carried with more than 50% of the votes cast in favor.
Thank you very much, production team. We hope that all heads of delegations have been successful in accessing the e-voting system and are now ready to cast their votes. I will check with the voting team now to check on the online presence of voters and to confirm that the system is ready for us to proceed. Our voting team, please. The voting team reports that only 19 delegations have logged on. I urge all heads of delegation who have not logged on yet to please log on to the e-voting platform at vote.scout.org. The link has just been shared on the Zoom chat box. We will wait a few minutes for there to be sufficient delegations logged on before we proceed. Once again, may I humbly remind all attendees not to post good morning or good day messages on the chat box for the time being. In the meantime, I can see that there have been many messages congratulating His Majesty the King of Bhutan on his birthday, and I believe I echo the thoughts of all members of the conference that we wish long life and good health to His Majesty the King. Still pending.
I checked with the voting team whether there's a sufficient online presence in the voting platform.
From the e-voting team that we still have do not have much change in the system. So can I humbly request heads of delegation who have not logged in yet to please do so now so that we can begin. Thank you. There's been a slight improvement. Can the chief delegates please log in at vote.scout.org. The link has been flashed again on the chat box. Thank you. once again, I humbly request all delegates who are able to vote to please do so now. Right, the e-voting team has confirmed that there is a sufficient presence online. Can I confirm with the e-voting team whether the system is ready to proceed? Right, the system is ready to proceed. We will now proceed to the first resolution for consideration today, which is for draft resolution 02 of 2022 on support on developing, reviewing, and refining national youth engagement strategy. I request the production team to flash the resolution on the screen. Delegations are reminded that you can also access the resolutions directly at the link that was provided earlier. Production team, please flash the resolution on the screen. Thank you. I'm grateful if the production team could scroll up a little bit after a few moments. Thank you. Grateful is the resolution that can be scrolled up again a little bit. Right, thank you. This resolution was proposed by the Scout Association of Hong Kong. I now call upon the Scout Association of Hong Kong to speak for the resolution if they wish to do so. If you wish to do so, would a delegate from, yes. The chair recognizes Mr. Edison from Hong Kong. Edison, please. I would be grateful if the team could pin Mr. Edison from Hong Kong. Yes, please. Yes, please unmute.
Testing.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. I'm Edison from Scout Association of Hong Kong, the proposer of this resolution. We would like to request the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Committee to support NSOs to develop, review, and refine national youth engagement strategy. We believe that the national strategies can bridge the gap between existing world policies and local situations for the effective implementation of youth engagement at the national level and below. For such strategies, each NSO can use their own language to define the concepts of youth engagement to raise awareness at the local level. We expect that the strategies will also identify learning opportunities for young people and recognize their contribution and achievement, with concrete plans to increase youth involvement in decision-making and follow an ongoing review mechanism. I hope you all can support this resolution to promote youth engagement at the national level comprehensively. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Edison. It gives me a lot of pleasure to know that such resolutions are being proposed by young people, drafted very well as well. May I know whether any other delegate wishes to speak in respect of this resolution, either for or against? If you wish to do so, please raise your hand virtually in the chat box, in the reaction box, and the chair will recognize you. You will then have 1.5 minutes to speak. Thank you. any if any delegate or even observer wishes to speak for or against the resolution, this is now your opportunity to raise a hand virtually in the Zoom reaction box so that the chair can recognize you and allow you to share your input. This is the final call for any delegate or observer who wishes to speak for or against this resolution to raise their hand to share their input. I see no hands raised. May I now check with the e-voting team whether the e-voting platform is ready. Aides of delegation are reminded to go to log into the e-voting platform and to sign in. And let me remind you that once you have logged in and the vote can be begins, what you should do is click on the red bar and you will be able to see the vote options. The voting options for this resolution is for, against, or abstention. And this vote will be carried if a simple majority votes for it. I am informed that the e-voting system is ready. You have 3 minutes to vote. Voting begins now. If you have already logged in earlier, I request that you refresh and then you should be able to see right on top with the red bar 02-22 National Youth Engagement Strategy. Thank you. We still have 1.5 minutes left to vote. I humbly urge all delegations that wish to vote to access the system and to cast their vote now. There is still 1 minute to vote. Once again, I humbly urge all delegations that have not voted to kindly go to the voting platform and cast your vote if you wish to cast a vote. Thank you. There is still 40 seconds left to cast a vote if you wish to do so. Voting has closed now. As you can see on the screen, a total of 22 NSOs cast their votes, and a total of 22 votes were cast in favor of this motion. This resolution is therefore carried. Thank you very much to the Great Asia Pacific region for ensuring representation of young adults in substantial national decision-making bodies. Truly, we are at the forefront of youth engagement and empowerment. We now move on. We will now move on to the next resolution, which is resolution number 3 of 2022. Oh, my apologies. The resolution that's just been approved is support on developing, reviewing, and refining the National Youth Engagement Strategy. We now move on to resolution number 3 of 2022, which is ensuring representation of young adults in substantial national decision-making bodies. I now call upon the production team to share the draft resolution on the screen. All delegates and observers are reminded that you can access the actual resolution itself at the Google Docs link that was shared earlier. I'll be grateful if the production team could scroll down so that the conference can see the rest of the resolution. And again, I note that Mr. Paulus Chakrawan has raised his hand. I will hear him later because a short while later, as we will need the proposer to speak to the resolution first. May I now call upon the proposer of this resolution, the Scout Association of Maldives, to speak to this resolution if they so wish. The Scouts of Maldives, please. Mr. Fauzun, the delegate from Maldives, is recognized. I would be grateful if he could be pinned. Mr. Fauzun, you are granted permission to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Scout Association of Maldives, we are proposing that the Asia Pacific region, so we are urging this conference to enable young people in our great Asia Pacific region to be able to engage and be part of designing their future, as the WASM's Secretary General Ahmad Al-Hindabi mentioned in his speech. We are urging the conference to allow young people to engage and be part of designing the future they deserve by enabling and ensuring that 40% of members of substantial decision-making bodies of NSOs are young people below 30 years, or at least to include at least 2 young people below 30 years in these decision-making bodies. So we once again urge the conference to support this resolution and to ensure that young people and their voices are heard in these decision-making bodies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fauzun. Although Mr. Fauzun has a full beard, I know for a fact that Mr. Fauzun is actually a young person. But the chair recognizes Mr. Paulus Chakrawan from Indonesia to speak first. Thereafter, the chair will recognize Mr. Simon Hang Bok-Rui from Korea. Mr. Paulus Chakrawan, you may speak now. You may unmute and you may speak. I would be grateful if the production team could pin Mr. Yes. Mr. Paulus.
Thank you, Malcolm. So, Gerakan Pramuka support the principle of including young people in decision making, of course. We have implemented since the 1970s, but we will all experience difficulties if it is set to 40%.
Mr. Paulus Chakrawan, I'm afraid that
our proposal is to omit the 40%.
I see. Mr. Paulus, I am very sorry that your line was cut off earlier, but I did hear that the proposal is to omit 40%. I wish to remind you that as an observer, you have the opportunity to raise your concerns, but you say, but given that you are not a delegate, you need to get a delegate. You will need to discuss with your national scout organization to ensure that a delegate makes a proposal to amend this particular resolution. If I could suggest that we move on to Mr. Simon Lee first, while we speak to a member of your delegation, Mr. Paulus. Do you agree? Right. I now move on to the chief delegate from the Korea Scout Association, Brother Simon Hangbok Ri. Brother Simon, you are recognized and you may speak. Production team, please pin Mr. Simon Hangbok Ri so that everyone can see. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Chairman, and dear conference. I also similarly support to the Gerakan Pramukh's suggestion. Yes, we agree about that. We should empower and then more engagement of the youth in the decision-making bodies. Like as one example in Korea, we adopted our constitution last year. Only last year, we allowed one member of our board must be under 30 years old. But this should be gradually adopted into the every National Scout situation. If we are the region put on some certain 40% or whatever figures in here by the region, that is not matched with the every NSO situation. And I recall that in the last World Scout Conference, we have only one resolution has been defeated, which is the 30% of the quota for the age for the World Scout Committee election. So I also mentioned about that this 40% is too much for this situation. So I would like to suggest to omit of the 40% and remain minimum 2 members in every decision-making body. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Korea. Can I request the production team to now flash on the screen the Google documents? An amendment has been proposed by Korea to delete the words of 40% and or, 3 words to be deleted, of 40% or. Hence, the Korea Scout Association is proposing that it should read a minimum of 2 members. Now, before we move, I understand that quite a number of people have raised their hands earlier. I will get back to you, but for now, I would only like to speak towards the proposed amendment by this Korea Scout Association. May I know whether there is any NSO that intends to second the proposed amendment from the Korea Scout Association? Perhaps Indonesia, since Indonesia had made the exact same proposal, but through an observer. Rakan Pramuka Indonesia, I have adjourned your right to speak for a short while to allow Mr. Simon Lee to speak. Mr. Simon Lee has now proposed an amendment, which I believe will be shown on the screen soon. Rakan Pramuka Indonesia. This is the proposal from the Korean Scout Association, the proposed amendment number 1. So the only amendment is to ensure that there's a minimum of 2 members and to remove the 40%. Is there any seconder for this proposal? As the Gerakan from yes, Mr. Burford Sinaulan, you are recognized. Yes, you may speak, Mr. Burford. I will be grateful to the production team to pin Mr. Burford.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Mr. Burford, you may speak, sir.
Yes, thank you, Malcolm. Yes, the proposal told by Brother Paulus is already recognized and accepted by our head of delegation. So it is official proposal from Gerakan Pramuka. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that Mr. Simon Hangbok-Ring from Korea has proposed and Indonesia confirms that they concur with this, the chair takes it that Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia has seconded the proposed amendment from the Korea Scout Association. I will now allow interventions from the floor. Previously, I had seen an intervention from New Zealand, an intervention from Singapore, an intervention from Timor-Leste, and I now have intervention from India. I will hear them in accordance. I believe the Timor-Leste delegate had raised her hand first, so I will deal with Timor-Leste, New Zealand, Singapore, and then Barak Scouts and Guides. Timor-Leste, please. The delegate from Timor-Leste, Mr. Fauzin, I will allow Maldives to respond at the end, right, before we proceed to vote. Timor-Leste, I believe the chief delegate from Timor-Leste had raised her hand earlier. But as Timor-Leste has not responded for now, I will move to the delegate from New Zealand, Mr. Vincent Willis-Dam. Vincent, you are recognized. You may speak, unmute and speak. Grateful if the production team will pin him.
There we go. Kia ora, brothers and sisters. I am the Deputy Chair of Scouts Aotearoa, Vincent. I'd just like to speak to the amendment as proposed by Korea. The World Scout Conference passed a resolution that specified 40% at the world, regional and national levels. It is critical as a region that we continue to have alignment with World Scouting. It is a requirement of the region for the triennial plan to be aligned with World Scouting. It's also critical for young people to be fairly and equitably represented in our decision-making forums. We strongly urge other NSOs to vote against this amendment. It is also a critical measure of safe from harm to ensure that young people are allowed to speak up and represent themselves. So again, we encourage all NSOs to vote against this amendment and to support the original 40% measure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, New Zealand. We now move to Singapore. I believe the chief delegate from Singapore had raised his hand. Vincent, grateful if you could lower your hand. Could the chief delegate from Singapore please speak? I see that there's no response from Singapore for the time being. So we will move. Yes, Singapore is here. The chair recognizes the Chief Commissioner of the Singapore Scout Association, Mr. Desmond Chong.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The Singapore Scout Association is supportive of our resolution to allow for more youth representation in decision making. But we also want to take this opportunity to caution against tokenism, because at the end of the day, what we really want is for young people to be represented, their voices are heard, right? And what we do not want to see is a counterproductive situation where the NSOs are forced to put young people on the board, but then again, does not take in their voice and their aspiration into consideration. So that's something that I hope all delegates would consider, because what we're trying really to do is to advance youth engagement and decision making. But what we don't want to do is end up killing it by creating that whole tokenism effect, by having people just there because we needed to meet those numbers. So I hope everybody can consider this in the true spirit of allowing our young people a say in the national decision making. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much to the Chief Commissioner from the Singapore Scout Association. The Chair now recognizes the additional National Chief Commissioner, of the Bharat Scouts and Guides, Sri M.A. Khalid. Brother Khalid, you are recognized. You may unmute and you may speak. Grateful if the production team could pin Brother Khalid's screen.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would certainly like to go what the Korea said. See, having a number is different, but having percentage is totally different. And if you insist that 40% should be there in the National Scout Organization, a larger country, larger NSO like us, which has about 300 council members, will have 120 youth, which will be difficult to find. So I would certainly go against this percentage and strictly stick to the numbers indicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Khalid. The chair recognizes the delegate from the Philippines, Mr. Kenny Raus Fernando. Kenny, you may unmute yourself and you speak. Production team, please pin Kenny's screen on the screen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Voices of the Philippines expresses its opposition against the amendment proposed on the floor. We believe that it is high time that we have young people represented in decision making, as well as representation in the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Committee. To vote in favor of this against this amendment, to vote in favor of the amendment would run counterintuitive to the step forward that we've already made during the amendment of the Constitution just during the previous day of the conference, where we allowed young people under the age of 30 to be seated at the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Committee. For that reason, Mr. Chair, the Philippines opposes the amendment to the resolution.
Thank you very much, Boy Scouts of the Philippines. I now return to the delegate from Timor-Leste if she still wishes to speak for or against this. Timor-Leste? If there's no response from Timor-Leste, before I return to Maldives, because I am of the view that the Maldives being the original proponent should have a right of response, I would like to ask whether any delegate or observer wishes to make any additional intervention. I see the delegate from Bhutan. Bhutan, you are recognized. Your turn, Norbu, please. Yes, please turn, Mr. Norbu. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, and all the brothers and sisters out here. I'm from Bhutan. I've been observing this conference since first day, and then I have got lots of experiences also. So, what Korea suggested, I also am with them, because scouting is movement for the youth, and youth representation is must. But what Singapore said is also very important, because we cannot just bring in youth and then let them represent and then not hear their voice. So we must also consider that. And then what the Bharat Scout also said, like representation, if it depends on the NSOs now. So what Korea said, like minimum we can keep it for 2 and then go for like ratio, because if India said like they have like 150 council members, and if they go by 40%, it would be like 120 something. If I have heard wrong, sorry. So in bigger NSOs, if the representation of youth's number is less, their voice won't be heard. So therefore, I would like to even suggest to go for like ratio 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Now, I think we have had enough. I see one last. All right, I will accept one last intervention before I return to Maldives and we take a vote. The chair recognizes the delegate from Malaysia, Dr. Edward Yong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just like to just point ahead, if there's any youth representative that is selected or being appointed in this resolution, I think we should also pay attention on and put in the commitment and also their competencies, whereby their competencies will be an up that could assist and build a better Asia Pacific region. This is from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. Now, I now return to the Scout Association of the Maldives to have the final word before we proceed to vote. The Maldives, please, Mr. Fauzin. Mr. Fauzin, do you still wish to speak? Yes. Dr. Fauzin, you are recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Scout Association of Maldives, we do not support the current amendment that has been brought. What we are calling on for this conference is that to recognize the youth engagement strategy of World Scouting, which calls on for young people to be meaningfully engaged in the decision-making processes of both the region, World Scouting, and at NSO levels. So we are calling on this forum, we are calling on this conference to support meaningful youth engagement and to pass this resolution as it is with the inclusion of 40% as suggested by us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maldives. We have had a robust discussion. I now declare that the discussion is closed and we will proceed to vote on amendment number 1 from the Korea Scout Association, seconded by Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia. Can I humbly request the production team to flash the amendment number 1 on the screen? And can I also humbly request the e-voting team to confirm whether there are sufficient people online and whether there is sufficient, and whether the system is ready. The resolution is now on the screen. We are now awaiting confirmation from the e-voting team that the platform is ready. The platform is ready. We will have 3 minutes to vote on the amendment. We will open voting now, and I humbly request all delegations to go to vote.scout.org to cast your votes. Thank you. As a reminder, this is not a vote for the resolution itself. This is a vote for the amendment proposed by Korea Scout Association, seconded by Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia. And the proposed amendment is to remove the 40% requirement and to retain a minimum number of 2. We have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to vote. Delegations that intend to vote in respect of amendment number 1, we still have 1 minute and 35 seconds to vote. We still have 40 seconds left if you intend to vote. The vote is now closed. May I request the production team to share the screen to show us the votes. With a total of 23 votes having been cast, 11 votes were against the amendment number 1, 10 votes were in favor of amendment number 1, 2 votes were abstentions. Accordingly, amendment number 1 is defeated. We will proceed to vote on the original motion as proposed by the Scout Association of the Maldives. Production team, can we go back to the original amendment? And then we will proceed to vote. Okay. The original resolution, please. Can I now check with the e-voting team whether the e-voting platform is ready for the originally proposed resolution number 3 of 2022. The system is ready. We have 3 minutes to vote, and the vote is open now. Delegates are reminded to please log into the system, and again, you are requested to click on the red line so that the options to vote will appear. As a reminder, this is a vote for the actual resolution itself for representation of young adults in national decision-making bodies. NSOs that wish to vote are reminded that you still have 1 minute and 45 seconds to do so. Delegations still have slightly more than 1 minute to vote. The vote is very important. Even if you wish to abstain, I would strongly encourage you to vote anyway and indicate your preference, whether in favor, against, or abstention. The vote is now closed. With a total of 21 votes cast, 14 votes were in favor, 5 votes against, and there were 2 abstentions. The Resolution number 3 of 2022 on representation of young adults in national decision-making bodies is therefore carried. It's now 1:30. May I check with our colleagues in Manila whether we have time to take one or two more resolutions? I do not hear any objections, so we shall move to the next resolution, resolution number 4 of 2022, measures on promoting environmental sustainability in the Asia-Pacific region, proposed by the Scout Association of the Maldives as well. Again, I remind all delegates and observers that you may access the actual document itself if you have difficulty reading on the screen from the Google Docs link that was provided earlier. Grateful if the Google Docs link can be placed there again. Now, I now call upon the Scout Association of the Maldives to speak for their resolution number 4. So, Maldives, please. Scout Association of Maldives. Yes, Mr. Fauzan from the Maldives, you are recognized and you may speak.
Thank you, Chairman. So, the Scout Association of Maldives, we are recognizing that most of the countries in the Asia-Pacific region, we face an existential threat due to climate change. So, we are calling on the Asia-Pacific region to recognize this and to do more for environmental sustainability. And as such, we are urging the regional committee to include environmental sustainability in the regional plan. And we are also calling on the regional Scout committee to support conservation efforts at local level. And we are also calling this conference to ensure that the Asia-Pacific region supports more conservation efforts through programs such as the Better World, through the initiatives of the Better World Framework, such as the Messengers of Peace, or through the initiatives of the Better World Framework. So we would like to call on this conference to pass this resolution and to ensure that we as a region, we are more environmental sustainable, and that we continue to support the global goals to ensure that we are supporting environmental sustainability.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Scout Association of the Maldives. Does any delegate or observer wish to speak in respect of this? I see Mr. Paulus Chakawan for Indonesia has raised his hand. Mr. Paulus, you are recognized, please, and you may speak.
Thank you. Surely, Gerakan Pramuka supporting the Scouts should consider to SDGs. But the SDGs not only consist of environmental issue, but also the social and economy. So, Gerakan Pramuka proposed to add the words social and economy at the point 1 and become request to the APRS committee to continue addressing environment sustainability, social and economy as described in the SDGs, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulus. Again, since you are an observer, you are unable to move an amendment, but you can request someone from Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia to move the amendment. The proposed amendment is to state that request the Asia-Pacific Regional Scout Committee to continue addressing environmental sustainability and sustainability, social and economic issues as described in the SDGs. I see Delegate Berthong from Indonesia. You are recognized. Berthong.
Yes, thank you, Malcolm. Yes, Gerakan Pramuka already agree with what Mr. Paulus already said. So it official from Gerakan Pramuka. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia has therefore moved a proposed amendment, and can I request the production team to share the Google Docs document on screen? Yes, as you can see, this is the proposed amendment, amendment number 1. Can I record, does any NSO wish to second this proposed amendment? The delegate from Timor-Leste, Philomena raised her hand. I take it you intend to support the proposed amendment. Thank you very much, Philomena. You may lower your hand. Does anyone wish to speak in respect of this particular amendment? If they are not, yes, Philomena, yes, you are recognized. Please speak, please. Okay, I take it you do not wish to have anything to add. So, can I request that the production team return to the oh yes, Philomena, you not wish to speak?
Yes, from Timor-Leste, Union Nasional Skuter Timor-Leste, we second what had been proposed by Gerakan Pramuka.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sister. It's very good to see you again.
Yep.
Production team, can we go back to the Google Docs document? In light of the proposed amendment by Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia, the heading should also be amended. And the heading should also include the same words. So promoting, so it will be 04 of 2022, measures on promoting environmental sustainability, social and economic issues in the Asia Pacific region. Next. Does anyone else wish to speak for or against the amendment? If there are none, can I check with the e-voting team whether the e-voting platform is ready for a vote on Amendment 1? Or does, oh, I see. I do apologize. I see that the Maldives wishes to respond. Right, Mr. Fauzin, you are recognized before we proceed to vote. Yes, Brother Fauzin, you are recognized. You may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Scout Association of Maldives, we would like to point out that this resolution is specifically targeted at climate action, climate change and environment action. So we would like to call on the conference to support our resolution as is, and we would like to note that we do not support the amendment brought forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maldives. The e-voting team advises that the system is ready. You will have 3 minutes to vote on amendment number 1 to resolution 04 of 2022, and the voting is open now. Please head to vote.scout.org and please refresh your browser if you do not see the red line. Thank you. And please note that this is a vote for Amendment 1 as proposed by Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia and seconded by Timor-Leste. This is not a vote for the actual resolution. This is a vote for Amendment number 1. Still have 1 minute left if you intend to vote. All right, thank you for voting. Production team and voting team, please flash the results on the screen. Thank you. Right, with 24 votes having been cast, 13 votes were in favor of amendment number 1, 10 votes were against amendment number 1, with 1 abstention. Hence, amendment number 1 has been approved by the conference. We will now proceed to flash the resolution as amended, and we will proceed to take a vote. Can I check with the e-voting team whether we are ready to vote on the resolution number 4 of 2022 as amended? I'm informed by the e-voting team that we are ready. I now invite all delegates, heads of delegation or their nominees who are voting to proceed to the e-voting platform now. We have 3 minutes to vote and voting is open now. Thank you. And this is the actual vote itself. Please click on the red line and you'll be brought to the drop-down list on what you can vote for. Thank you. As a response to what has appeared in the chat box, please note that the title will also be amended, as I had indicated earlier. So the title will now read actually, Measures on Promoting Environmental Sustainability, Social and Economic Issues. As an aside, this resolution as amended will cover not only environmental issues but also social and economic issues. And again, I must point out that the title has to change. Yes, the charter has already changed. There's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left to vote. I also remind the conference that although some people may be disappointed with certain issues, this is how a democracy works. And as the old Latin maxim says, Fiat justitia ruet silem. Let justice rule even though the heavens may fall. And we have 50 seconds left to vote. Voting has now closed. The production and voting team will be sharing the right. There are out of 22 votes cast, 22 votes were in favor of the amendment as of the resolution as amended. The proposed amended resolution is thus carried. Before we conclude the first session, I see an intervention from the Bharat Scouts and Guides, and I recognize the delegate from Bharat Scouts and Guides, Mr. Sri M.A. Khalid. Khalid, please. You may unmute the microphone. Thank you. It's Khalid.
Thank you, Chairman. I really appreciate. We should understand this is a democratic process. So any vote which goes against should not be taken as criticism and commented upon. That's not healthy. This is my observation.
Thank you very much, Brother Khalid. Brother Khalid is a very senior scout leader who has been around in the region for a very long time. And I'm grateful to Brother Khalid for reminding us that this is a democratic process, and once the conference has voted one way or another, that is how it is. Right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation in the conference resolutions proceedings so far. We will stop this first session of conference resolutions proceedings, and I hand back to our young presiding officer, Ms. Diane.
Thank you, Malcolm, and the rest of the Resolutions Committee. Thank you as well to the conference for your cooperation in the proceedings. It has been a long session. I will now call for a break. Please be back after 20 minutes at 2:10 p.m. Manila time.
Navota City is located in the northwestern part of Metro Manila. So we are only 10.36 square kilometers with a population of 250,000.
Most of the families who are dependent on fishing are residing near the coastlines or the rivers. Some of them are considered as informal settler families who simply depend on their meager income that comes from fishing.
The education for now for the public school is free. There are only few who doesn't go to school anymore because of they don't have financial capability. But that's why we're offering a lot of livelihood projects for them.
Peace Through Scouting stands for Program Enabling Active Citizenship and Environmentalism Through Scouting. The program aims to help indigent scouts to pursue participating in the scouting program by giving them an opportunity to earn points from the recyclable materials that they will be giving in to the program. The target beneficiaries are the indigent scouts enrolled in schools who would really want to join scouting but are currently experiencing financial difficulties to finance their scouting activities.
Maganda po talaga ang peace project natin kasi nakakatulong siya para maiwasan o mabawasan yung pagdami ng basura sa tansa dito sa lugar natin. At maganda doon, nagsisikap yung bata, no? Isa kasi sa pinaka main objective ng ating project na to ay makapag-ipon yung mga bata na yung mga walang kakayahan na mag-avail ng kanilang registration para sa Boy Scout.
Hinihikayat po namin ang mga kabataan, mga mag-aaral ng Tansa Elementary School na magdala ng mga pet bottles mula po sa kanilang tahanan, mag-ipon, at maaari din po itong mapulot sa mga dinadaanan nila papunta dito sa paaralan. Kapag naipon na po nila iyon, dinadala po nila yon dito sa paaralan tuwing Friday. Tuwing Friday po, tinitimbang po namin yon upang makaipon po ng points yung mga bata. Ang 1 kilo po ay 4 na points. Kaya kapag naka-earn po sila ng 50 points, pwede po nila itong i-redeem ng free membership sa Boy Scout. After po ng membership, pwede po nila itong i-redeem ng mga gamit. School supplies, pwede rin po ng bags.
Peace through Scouting is related to diversity and inclusion because it tries to address the financial gap that exists in scouting in Navotas City, especially for those who are indigent young people enrolled in schools but don't have the financial capacity to join the scouting program. And it also aims to address or cater young people in other sectors, such as those with persons with disabilities or those who are out of school but are now returning to finish their formal education process. The main participants of the project are the scouts, other young people, those enrolled in schools, as well as even girls who are just interested to take part in this environmental initiative. Since Peace Through Scouting is not only about scouting but also about the environment, this is open to all young people regardless of gender, religion, creed, or belief. And we cater young people as early age 5 up to 18 years old.
Scouting is very active and alive at Tansa Elementary School because it is included in our curriculum. Every Friday is Scouting Day. One of my advocates is for the environmental concern, and when I read the Peace Project initiated by Kim De Leon, I am impressed with the guidelines, with the mechanics, and I'm very positive that this will help in our school. I have 84 teachers and they were able to accept positively the project. The parents as well as the pupils supported the project.
Bukod sa yung mga bata natututo ng yung tamang proseso ng pagtatapon ng basura, yung segregate niya, tapos yung mga alam nila yung mga bagay na magagamit pa o hindi magagamit, tsaka nakakatulong sa kalikasan. Alam din ng mga bata yun.
Values formation ng Boy Scout plus environmental advocacy, total package na po yun para sa matutunan ng isang bata. Kasi po katulad ng anak ko, I have an autistic child under autism spectrum disorder. Hindi po importante sa akin ang score ang grade. Ang importante po sa akin kasi yung values. Kasi po mas mahalaga yun sa bata. Meron na sa room, meron na sa bahay, meron pa kay scouting. So intensified yung value system ng bata.
Kaya po sumali sa Peace Project po para po matulungan po yung paaralan po, saka po kami, yung mga kapwa ko po mag-aaral at mga guro para para po maayos ang sistema po ng mga basura kagaya po ng plastic bottles po. Ang ginagawa po namin doon sa project po yun ay nagsisegregate po kami ng mga plastic bottles po at mga nagdo-donate din po kami dito para po makalikom po kami ng mga points po.
Nag-iipon po ako, tapos minsan namumulot din sa mga tabing-tabing dagat ng mga plastic bottle para dalhin dito sa school.
At first, no, there is a negative acceptance, but through intensified campaign, after explaining them the impact or the importance of this project, they were able to accept it positively. This helps a lot in our school, especially, as I've said, in values formation among pupils. It helps a lot to unite our stakeholders to help the school in different projects, specifically this peace project.
Well, the future plans for the project is for us to explore partnerships with other organizations who can help us sustain the initiative, especially in terms of the collection and disposal of the waste or the recyclable materials that we are recovering. And we are also looking for partners who can also help us bridge the financial gap that can complement the initiative of Peace Through Scouting.
It can benefit all, not only the scouts, even the community, even the parents became aware of the responsibility in terms of environmental concern.
If there is someone who can attest how Scouting can transform a life of a young people, I think I am one of the best examples. I have learned so much from Scouting, and I am using whatever skills, knowledge, and information that I learned from Scouting in the day-to-day life and even in the office where I currently serve. That is why I have my firm belief that each Navoteño youth, boy, girl, or even those who have financial difficulties should have an opportunity to experience Scouting, because in Scouting, we teach them how to be street smart. We teach them life skills, and we prepare them to a brighter future.
Dapat po natin pangalagaan po ang kapaligiran at wag po nating kalimutan na may mga tao pong nagpupursige po para maging malinis po yung ating mundo po.
Thank you. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. Here are the steps of how a delegation can cast their vote for simple motions. Log in to the e-voting system at vote.scout.org and access the relevant event to be ready to cast your vote. When a vote is activated, it will show on the left side of the screen under the active vote header. It will include the progress bar, timer and voter turnout. As quorum is determined at the beginning of the event, the voter turnout serves as an indication of those delegations that decided to practice their right to vote. Click on the active vote. The details of the selected vote will appear on the right side of your screen with the options available for casting your vote. As this is a simple motion, your vote options are in favor, against or abstain. Select your desired option and carefully review your vote allocation is correct. Note that once you have cast your vote, no further changes can be made. Confirm your vote by clicking the Confirm Vote button. A confirmation message that your vote has been submitted will appear. You are unable to change your vote once it is confirmed. When the vote is closed, the results will appear. You can see the overall results of the vote, plus how your delegation voted. For motions requiring a simple majority, the vote is carried with more than 50% of the votes cast in favor.
Welcome back, conference. Now, let us pause, listen, and take stock from the newly elected chairman of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Committee as he addresses the conference for the new chairman's challenge, outlining his vision for the new Regional Scout Committee and this great Asia Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow scouts, join me in welcoming our new chairman, Governor Dale B. Corvera.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, conference. It is an honor and privilege to address this conference as Regional Scout Committee Chairman for the term 2022-2025. I thank my colleagues in the Regional Scout Committee for the trust given to me to steer this committee for the next 3 years. From the leadership ably handled by Ambassador Rusty. It is both a challenge and an opportunity to lead the great Asia-Pacific region, especially at this extraordinary time. As a public servant in my province for over 3 decades, I have been attending to the needs of my constituents with my constant presence and attention. But what honed me in public service was my life skills of becoming a scout, a council staff, an educator, a council and regional board member, and then as the key official of a national scout organization, which is the Boy Scouts of the Philippines. This time around, The landscape of scouting in the Asia-Pacific region is so large, so vast and diverse. My presence in member countries may be limited at this point because of the current health situation. So the cooperation of all members of the Regional Scout Committee is necessary and vital in achieving our goals to support our NSOs in the different corners of the region. At this conference, our theme is adapting to a changing world. This virtual gathering is in itself a form of adapting. Although it is so different from the traditional gathering that we are used to, we achieve our goals of meeting, sharing practices, and envisioning together. What we carry back to our NSOs after this conference is the vast learning that we gain from listening to the stories and experiences of young people on how they adapted and stood up to the challenges of the current situation. At this conference, we also heard a number of times the word resiliency. This is what is demanded from us in times of uncertainty. To be resilient, we cannot remain stuck to old-time traditions and practices. We need to embrace change, whether we are comfortable with it or not. With the stronger presence of young people in our upcoming subcommittees, I am sure that our capacity for intergenerational dialogue will be tested. There is more diversity in our subcommittees now, thanks to the work of our selection panel, who work tirelessly to ensure balance in age and gender in our regional structures. With our new subcommittee members, we hope to merge the wisdom and experience of our seasoned leaders with the energy, talents, and aspiration of our younger members. With this synergy, I believe that we will meet and achieve our strategic goals for the next triennium. This period, 2022-2025, I believe it would still be a time for transition. Hopefully, we're getting out from the grip of the coronavirus pandemic that restricted our movement and our love for the outdoors. But we also learned that our temporary confinement stretches our capacity to innovate and optimize the use of our limited resources. One big challenge for us is to maintain the sustainability of our valuable assets and best practices, as many NSOs have shared at this conference. We learn from the NSO success stories and action time presentation that the Scouts are doing remarkable interventions in environmental sustainability, in addressing the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, in actively engaging in pandemic response, and in promoting peace. Our challenge is not only to sustain our projects, but to make them better, more useful, and more relevant, and that could greatly be enhanced by engaging our partners. Before the conference, during the Chief Scout Executives Meet, we discussed largely on the growth of the movement. The coronavirus phenomenon is an unprecedented event that even in the best growth development strategy could not foresee. Still, we need to reach out to young people to offer our educational program. And this should be the constant motivator to guide our work towards growth. In Scouting, the word impact is becoming an important word. It is also becoming common that I hope it will not be taken for granted. That is why we now have a strategic priority on social impact. Over the decades, our Scouting program has taught us to be action-oriented. We act fast when asked by our schools, institutions, and communities. We try to always help others at all times. but the result of action must have some impact. Do our actions serve the needs of our young people for their overall development? Or does it simply serve the needs of the community? That's a question that we need to revisit. I believe that the purpose of the chairman's challenge is not to give answers, but to ask questions. So I begin my term as chairman by asking these questions. Is our organization strong and resilient enough to survive the most difficult challenges? How do we make best use of this transition to a post-pandemic world? How can we make our scouting program sustainable? How do we sustain the interest of young people in scouting? How do we sustain the strength of our volunteer membership? How can we be financially sustainable? Sustainability is probably the biggest question we are facing today. Is growth a real measure for success as a movement? Is there a need to redefine our definition of growth and to review our growth strategy? Lastly, we need to question the impact of scouting on our members and the impact of scouting in the community and the impact of scouting in the world. These are big questions that are confronting us. With your cooperation, we hope to find the right answers in the next 3 years, which is relatively a short period of time and solely dependent on the strength of our scouting program and initiatives to provide solutions by relying on the strength of our scouting program and its initiatives. I believe that our educational program is the best that scouting can offer to young people and to the world. We have challenges now, and we will have challenges tomorrow. Let us work together to be resilient, adaptable, sustainable, and impactful. Thank you, conference. I humbly accept this responsibility and look forward to working with you in the next 3 years.
Thank you, Chairman Dale, for your challenge and exciting vision for the region. We hope to accomplish great strides over the coming triennium. May the force be with you. My dear conference, the new chairman's challenge will be distributed to the participants as conference document number 26-22.
We now call on our fellow presiding officer, Mr. Malcolm Tan Ban Ho, live from our Singapore studio to continue with the remaining for the conference resolutions proceedings.
Thank you very much, Jean-Marie and Celeste. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving us such an inspirational speech and reminding us that we are resilient, we are prepared, and we can do it together. We now come back to the resolution, to the proceedings in respect of the conference resolutions. We are now at conference resolution number 5 of 2022, which is on the production of a report on identifying barriers to meaningful youth participation in the region and national scout organizations. The proposed resolution has been flashed on the screen, and all delegates and observers are invited to go to the Google Docs document if you need to. And can I request the production team to once again flash the, well, not flash, but to attach, but to key in the Google Docs link in the chat box so you can have a look. And before we proceed, I would again like to remind everyone that we are now back at the resolution sessions and try to refrain from texting matters that are not related to the resolutions once we begin on the consideration. Thank you so much. May I now call upon the Scout Association of the Maldives to speak in respect of their proposed resolution. The Maldives, please. Yes, Mr. Fauzul, a delegate from Maldives. You may unmute the microphone and you may address the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as you all know, we've been talking about youth engagement for a long time. So today, what we are proposing is that the Asia Pacific region conducts a study and find out how and what are the barriers to youth engagement that we are facing in our region. Along with this, we are also calling the conference, and we are also urging the regional support center and the regional committee to come up with models and guidelines for NSOs to strengthen meaningful youth engagement. So we would like to call on the conference to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fauzul. Would any other delegate or observer wish to speak in respect of this resolution? I make another call for any delegate who wishes to speak to this resolution. So please raise your hand. I see there are no responses. It now leaves me to check with the e-voting team whether the platform is ready. E-voting team, please. Is the platform ready? Waiting for the e-voting platform to be ready. Can I request all delegates to please proceed to the e-voting platform to confirm that you have access. I'm advised by the e-voting team that the platform is ready. You will have 3 minutes to vote on the Resolution 5 of 2022 as originally constituted, and voting begins now. You have 3 minutes to vote. Thank you. Once again, I remind delegates who are voting to click on the red bar, which will bring you to the vote options for Resolution number 5 of 2022. Delegates still have 1 minute and 40 seconds left to vote. You have 40 seconds left to vote. Voting is now closed. Results will be flashed on the screen shortly. With 23 votes having been cast, 21 votes were in favor and 2 votes were abstentions. Accordingly, vote the resolution number 5 of 2022, identifying barriers to meaningful youth participation, is carried. Thank you very much. Conference. We now move on to resolution number 6 of 2022, which is proposed by the Singapore Scout Association. Could the production team please flash the resolution on the screen? And once again, I remind all delegates and observers that if you would like to read the actual document itself, you can go to the Google Docs link. Right. I now call upon the delegate from Singapore, the new Chief Commissioner, Mr. Desmond Chong, to speak for the proposed resolution. Mr. Chong, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this recommendation came from the recently concluded Youth Forum, and the Singapore Scout Association is happy to put forward this resolution on mental health awareness and psychological first aid for the conference consideration. We believe that it's important that we cover the topics of mental health, wellness, and psychological first aid, both within our youth program policy, as well as our national adults and scouting policy. With the changes in today's society, it is also important that we pay interest to the mental health well-being of all our members. So I'll urge all conference delegates to support this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Singapore Scout Association. Can I humbly request the conference to raise your hand if any delegate or observer wishes to speak for or against the resolution? Yes, I recognize the delegate from Bhutan, Tashi Wangchuk. You are recognized, please. You may unmute yourself and you may speak. Thank you.
Hello, Kusangbola from Bhutan. We support this resolution, and in fact, for Bhutan Scout Association, we have already begun with the support of UNICEF to advocate on the mental health to our scout leaders, and also it is we are very mindful when it comes to implementing the programs in these aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bhutan. Does any other delegate or observer wish to speak in respect of conference resolution number 6 of 2022? I make a second call for any delegate or observer to speak. I note a response from a young delegate, so perhaps I will allow him to speak. Mr. Jackie Chong, please. Also from the Singapore Scout Association. Mr. Jackie Chong. Yes, Mr. Chong.
Hi, as mentioned by my Chief Commissioner just now, so this resolution was recently recommended from the APR SYF. So I hope that all NSO support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chong. To dispel any doubt, Mr. Desmond Chong and Mr. Jackie Chong are not related, as far as I know. Is there any other intervention? If there are no further interventions, may I check with the e-voting team whether the platform is ready? Is the e-voting platform ready? Right, the e-voting team has confirmed that the e-voting system is ready for Resolution 06 of 2022, implementation of mental health awareness in youth and adult programs. Voting is open now for 3 minutes. It's 1 minute left to vote. The vote is now closed. The results of the vote will be flashed on the screen shortly. Well done, conference. 24 votes were cast and 24 votes were in favor of the draft resolution. Resolution number 6 of 2022 in respect of mental health awareness in adult and youth programs is thus carried. We now move on to resolution number 7 of 2022, which is a review of the YAMG coordinator framework. May I request the production team to share the framework on the screen. Thank you. The resolution of the screen, I mean. Thank you. Resolution is on the screen now. I believe all delegates would have already read. Yes, I note that an observer, Mr. Kurt from the Philippines, wishes to address us. Yes, Kurt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and fellow colleagues, good morning, and scouts all over the Asia-Pacific region. I'm Kurt from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines, presenting our recommendation to review the Young Adult Member Group Coordinator Framework. Acknowledging the Regional Youth Representatives Triennium Report from 2018 to 2022,
Thank you very much, Boy Scouts of the Philippines. Just a point of order, which I think I will inform the conference about. Unlike the situation previously when the observer from Indonesia proposed amendments to the resolutions, in this case, the observer from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines is merely making a presentation in support of the resolution. Hence, we do not necessarily need a delegate to make the presentation, as the delegate has already made proposed it earlier on. But in any case, Mr. Kenny Ralph Fernando has raised his hand. Kenny, please, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The Voices of the Philippines supports the recommendation earlier forwarded by one of our observers. The Voices of the Philippines supports our young people in presenting these recommendations arising from the resolutions of the 10th APR Scout Youth Forum.
Thank you very much, International Commissioner of the BSP. Would any other delegation wish to speak for or against the resolution? Any delegate or observer would like to speak? If there are none, we will proceed for a vote. Will I check with the e-voting team whether the voting system is ready for a vote to be taken? I'm advised by the e-voting team that the system is ready. Delegates, voting delegates are requested to go to the e-voting platform to cast their votes. You have 3 minutes to cast your vote, and voting opens now. I see delegate from Timor-Leste wishes to say something. I'm afraid time is already over for the discussion. I'm so sorry, Philomena. I'm sorry, Timor-Leste, I am unable to recognize you at this moment because voting has already begun. I will recognize you immediately after the vote has been completed. Again, I remind delegates to go to the voting platform and to click on the red bar. This is a vote that requires only a simple majority to be approved. We have slightly less than 1 minute to vote. The vote is now closed. The results of the vote will be shared on screen shortly. "26 votes were cast, 25 votes were in favor, 1 vote against. The resolution number 7 of 2022 is hereby carried. Thank you very much, conference. We now move on to resolution number 8 of 2022. And may I request the production team to please screen the resolution on the screen. Delegates and observers are reminded that you can access the actual document on Google Docs. I now call upon the Boy Scouts of the Philippines to speak for the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good day, conference, and thank you for the opportunity. We would like to seek your support for our proposal to re-establish the Asia-Pacific Rover Moot. A bit explanation about our proposal, acknowledging item 5.1.1 in document 10, Youth Engagement Strategy by the World Scout Committee, which states to recognize youth engagement as a key educational component of the Scout movement, deeply rooted in the Scout method, and reinforce its implementation in every aspect of Scouting at all levels. In line with this item, the gathering of Rover Scouts and equivalent members of the Asia-Pacific region belonging to will mark the culmination of Scouting program for young people and the ultimate contribution of Scouting to the society, which is producing skilled, passionate, and all-around youth ready to make a difference in the world. A successful APR Scout Moot will highlight and strengthen APR's credibility to host World Scout Moot. It is worth noting that the majority of World Scout Moots host NSOs were European NSOs, and the restructuring of our APR Rover Moot standards will boost the region's credibility and opportunity to host the World Scout Moot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, David. Would the delegate from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines wish to add anything? Yes, the International Commissioner of the Boy Scouts of the Philippines is recognized. You may speak, Ken.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer. Similar to the earlier resolution, the Boy Scouts of the Philippines expresses its full support to its delegates to the Youth Forum and the proposal as supported by the conference delegates.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Would any other delegates or observers wish to speak to the proposed resolution? Yes, delegate from Timor-Leste, my dear sister, Ms. Philomena Reyes. You are recognized and you may speak, please.
From Unitary, we support the proposed resolution from the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to make an intervention? If there are no further interventions, I will now call for a vote. May I now check with the e-voting team whether the e-voting system is ready? We'll have 3 minutes to vote once the system is ready. I'm advised that the system is ready. Voting delegates are requested to proceed to the voting platform to cast a vote. The vote is now open for 3 minutes. Once again, I remind voting delegates to please click on the red bar. That will enable the voting system and you can cast your votes accordingly. We are now voting for Conference Resolution number 8 of 2022 on the re-establishment of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Route. You have 1 minute and 15 seconds more to cast your vote. Voting is now closed. The results of the vote will be flashed on the screen shortly. Six votes were cast. 24 votes were in favor, 2 votes were against. Accordingly, Conference Resolution number 8 of 2022 on the re-establishment of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Route is carried. Thank you, Conference. We now move on to the next resolution, Conference Resolution number 9 of 2022 on the extension of support to the existing 3 sub-regional bodies within the Asia Pacific region. And I request the production team to show the resolution on the screen. The conference is reminded that you are able to access the actual document on Google Docs. This resolution was proposed by the Barak Scouts and Guides and the Bhutan Scout Association. Would either the Barak Scouts and Guides or the Bhutan Scout Association like to speak to the proposed resolution? I see the delegate from India, Shri M.A. Khalid, Additional Chief National Commissioner of Bharat Scouts and Guides. You are recognized, please, Brother Khalid. You may unmute the microphone and you may speak. Grateful if the production team could pin Khalid's video on the screen. Brother Khalid, you may unmute yourself. Yes. Brother Khalid, please.
Thank you, Chairman Malcolm. Few member countries from all these three current sub-regions are proposing and seconding this resolution. We have certain reasons calling for this resolution. Asia Pacific region geographically covers a very wide area across the Indian Ocean, China Sea, East Sea, and that of the Pacific Ocean. It embodies about 2/3 of the World Scout population. Since the last 1980, it is found operationally viable and feasible to organize programs and activities on a sub-regional basis and had systems in place. We have conference resolution in the 1990s formally recognizing and agreeing to support the South Pacific sub-region, which is still practiced and supported formally by the Asia Pacific region. That is the Council of the South Pacific Scout Association, CSPSA. The CSPSA gatherings and formal support, technically or otherwise, continue to be extended through the regional support based in Manila. Over the years, 2 other sub-regions have emerged and have been operating for the last 10 years or so. SANSO or SARC sub-region has been operating since 1990 with the first SARC Jamboree in Sri Lanka in 1990. Hence, 2 additional sub-regional bodies, SANSO within the SARC sub-region and ASARC within the ASEAN sub-region, are existing formally for more than 10 years. These 2 sub-regional bodies are recognized by the respective sub-regional intergovernmental bodies, namely by the ASEAN and SARC authorities. These are well established and with internal structures and office bearers, their own constitution, charter, and their annual calendar of activities. They have their own mechanisms to support the work of the sub-regional organization with its own elected office bearers and holding the chairmanship of the sub-region on rotation. The CSPSA was activated early 2000 and has been meeting regularly, same as the SARC region, which has its regular meetings since early 2000. It justifies a formal mechanism through this conference resolution that all 3 sub-regions be formally recognized and supported. This will only enhance the current regional support mechanism to further support these NSOs, which are bound by proximity culture. On behalf of the NSOs of these 3 sub-regions, we call upon the conference to endorse these action steps, which are highlighted in the draft resolution. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Bharat Scouts and Guides. Would anyone else like to speak to this resolution? I note that there are 2 hands raised. The first I call upon the delegate from Bhutan, Tenzin Finlay. Then I will call upon the delegate from Australia, followed by the delegate from Indonesia. Bhutan, please. Bhutan is recognized. You have 1.5 minutes to speak Bhutan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to support the Bharat Scouts and Guides Association. And what we feel is that to grow, I think we also need to the APR and the regional support for these 3 sub-regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bhutan. I now call upon the delegate from Australia, Mr. Aaron Waddell. Aaron, you are recognized, please.
Thank you. Scouts Australia believes this specific resolution will divide the region rather than encourage unity. The current proposal offers no explanation of the benefits to Scouting or our members and demonstrates no value to NSOs, nor does the proposal support the delivery of the youth program. I do note that the CSPSA has had great success in supporting embryonic NSOs in their aspiration for WASM membership. Notwithstanding, as many as 9 NSOs, including Australia, are not included as voting members in any of the 3 proposed sub-regions. I therefore question what arrangements are in place to cater for the nearly 1/3 of the region that are not included in the proposed sub-regions. Scouts Australia therefore encourages delegations to vote against this resolution.
Thank you, Aaron. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Indonesia, Kak Prata Hadjosutopo. Prata, please. You may speak.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia is fully support this resolution since we have acknowledged the importance of diversity and inclusion in our vast region. This is to cater differences actually and transform into a synergy to support this region. We in ASEAN, we have the so-called ASAR, ASEAN Scout Association for Regional Cooperation, and it was started in 2007. So this year we will celebrate our 15th anniversary, and we have successfully organized a ASEAN Jamboree, also several meetings, and we understand that this may strengthen our regions. And not to mention that events within our sub-regions may be participated by more young people simply because it is closer geographically and affordable to fly to. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. I now move on to the delegate from the Philippines, Mr. Kenny Fernando. You are recognized, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer. The Boy Scouts of the Philippines supports this particular measure, but at the same time, we'd like to propose an amendment to this resolution, particularly on the clause on call upon the first bullet, call upon the Regional Scout Committee and the Regional Support Center to extend all possible support. We propose to amend to remove financially or otherwise. While we understand that it's very important to have sub-regional cooperation, a sub-regional organization similar to AZARC has its own members to provide for the budget for this for the sub-regional activities. So we think the Boy Scouts of the Philippines is in the position that should this measure prevail, the budget must come from those sub-regional bodies, since that will benefit directly the NSOs within those sub-regions. So the Philippines proposes an amendment to strike out financially or otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. I see that the interventions from Malaysia, SI, I'm not too sure what is, I can't, hold on, SI, and from Korea, I will take no more interventions after this, yeah? And then one from Nepal. So these are all we will take. So we now move on to Indonesia, to Malaysia first. Brother Nasaruddin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Persekutuan Pegawai Malaysia would like to support the motion by Barat Scout in supporting the sub-regional body in the Asia Pacific region. ASAP, in particular, the ASEAN, has been supporting countries with no scouting in the beginning, like Cambodia, Vietnam, and Myanmar. And now we are working very hard to establish scouting in Laos. As mentioned by our friend, each sub-region has their importance, and ASEAN is very fond of the cooperation, as you see in the name that ASEAN Scout Association for Regional Cooperation. Therefore, we believe that our association meant well, and I strongly support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I now move on to the next delegate. In fact, he raised his hand earlier. The delegate from the Solomon Islands, Joe Billy Oge. You are recognized, please. Thank you so much for raising your hand earlier. The Solomon Islands.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing Solomon Islands. I would like to thank you, colleagues, who proposed this resolution. I think for the case of Council of the South Pacific Scouts Association, Solomon Islands is a case in time of that kind of regional cooperation that has been happening in the region, and they bring the attention of Solomon Islands to this world level platform. So I am here supporting the motion. I think we just need to strengthen our region so that the participation of our Scouts Association in the various sub-regional bodies could be strengthened. I would like to reaffirm our stand, especially with countries like Australia, if they are saying that they're going against this motion. I would like to ask them to rethink, because Australia, UK, New Zealand, and France are the bodies that are helping the Council of South Pacific Scouts Association in the region. So I would like to kindly ask support as well for these sub-regional bodies. I think it's a scouting method. We work in a smaller group, so we would like to see that that sub-regional body could be supported so that we help to bring other members to this platform of the World Organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Solomon Islands, and welcome to the Worldwide Brotherhood of Scouting. I will take only Korea, Nepal, and Bangladesh next before we go back to Barak Scouts and Guides to respond to objection. I recognize the delegate from Korea, Chief Commissioner Simon Lee.
Chairman, I'm also supporting from the Philippines the amendment. Just only the financially, this if we are thinking about financial the support, we should think about source of income and source of fund. What we have in our region, the fund is the mostly coming from the USM. And also we have a APR Scout Foundation. APR Scout Foundation is already, they are supporting for the some of the movement or helping for the anticipated NSOs to develop their own program, as well as the joining to the USM. This kind of the actions are already supported at the moment. But if we are including this financial support, I don't think we have enough fund or source of income to support for this. So that's why I support also from the Philippines suggestion, remove the financial clause from the this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Korea. I take it that Korea is seconding the proposed amendment made by the Boy Scouts of the Philippines by removing the words financially or otherwise. I now move on to the delegate from Nepal. The chair recognizes Mr. Ram Prasad Kataroy.
Thank you so much, Presiding Officer. As Boy Scout of the Philippines and Korea Scout Association said, we will also second the proposed amendment because I think the financial thing is one of the major issue in the Asia Pacific region that with the limited resources cannot be allocated to the sub-regions as well. And that is why Nepal Scouts would also like to support Boy Scout of the Philippines and proposed amendments. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brother Ram Prasad Bataray. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Bangladesh, Mr. Muhammad Atikul Zaman. Yes, brother.
Okay, I was waiting for the unmute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We strongly support this motion. So because this will further strengthen the activities and the organizational way, it will only strengthen APR. So that is why this motion need to be carried out. And also at the same time, I also support the amendment that was put in by Philippines Scouts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will close. I will not accept any new interventions, save to return back to Bharat Scouts and Guides. I believe Mr. Madhu has raised his hand on behalf of Bharat Scouts and Guides. So I will allow Mr. Madhu from India to respond to the objection raised by the Boy Scouts of the Philippines and the Boy Scouts of the Philippines proposed amendment. Madhu? Yes, the chair recognizes Mr. Madhu from Bharat Scouts and Guides. Is your sound on? I'm afraid we cannot hear you. Okay, it's all right.
Thank you, Brother Malcolm. I would definitely agree with the amendments proposed by Philippines and seconded by Korea and Nepal. I would also want to reflect on the proposal or the reflection given by Aaron. He was concerned about the NSOs that are left out of these 3 sub-regions. When we look at it, I would like to bring in a suggestion. To this motion, we can add an amendment considering the 9 left out NSOs. When the need arises, we also can make one more sub-region for the solidarity in the Northeast Asia, and also few of the NSOs by wish or by choice can always be a part of these sub-regions as invitees, advisors, and friendship concerned activities to show more solidarity. And also this is an effort to bring the Asia Pacific region as one and make it more stronger to represent our region more effectively globally. That is what the importance is. I would like to state here that we bring one more amendment into this motion and say, consider in future if we need any other sub-regions, we will be able to bring them in. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Now, there is a proposal for a second amendment from India. Before we proceed to the amendment, let me check with Bhutan whether they agree with this as well, because India was one of the original proposals. So does Bhutan wish to retain the original proposal, or does Bhutan also agree with India that there should be an amendment? Bhutan, please. I do not hear anything from Bhutan, so I assume that they intend to proceed with. Yes, Mr. Tashi Wangchuk. Then I will hear Mr. Killam Clark, and then I will take no more interventions. Mr. Tashi Wangchuk, you are recognized, please, from Bhutan. We cannot hear you, please, sir.
We support the amendments, brother.
Right. Thank you very much, Bhutan. So the chair now, thank you, Bhutan. The chair next recognizes Mr. Caleb Clark, the delegate from New Zealand.
Kia ora everyone, apologies I can't get my camera on. We wish to propose an amendment to this resolution that the APR committee considers that the sub-regions be brought forward. We feel that for the time being that there is not enough ample consideration of the facts in terms of bridging a coherent plan or strategy in place to build out particular sub-regions. Noting the earlier points that 9 NSOs are not included in this proposal, but also that this has not been factored into the current APR plan for the upcoming triennium. We feel that the idea of sub-regions may benefit the region in terms of building community practice around youth engagement, program and good governance. But at this stage, this needs further consideration. So we believe that we would like, again, to propose an amendment that the APR committee considers that this be brought forward. Thank you.
Just let me have a minute to consider how we can do this. Yeah. Okay. So for the first amendment, can I call upon? Okay. Can I request the support center, and our colleagues at production team to flash on the screen the Google documents?
You're welcome.
Good work.
Callum.
Nicely done.
I couldn't get my camera to work.
Callum, can you please switch off your microphone? Thank you. Okay. It appears that both Bhutan and Bharat Scouts and Guides, the original proposals, agree to remove the words financially or otherwise. So this will be oh yes, I see India. Mr. Khalid wishes to say something. Mr. Khalid, you are recognized.
Yes.
This will be the last intervention.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand the concerns raised by Philippines, Korea, and others. I withdraw, especially the financial and other sport. But the other thing stands, except that I withdraw the financial aspect.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay. What about the North? What about the portion about proposing that other sub-regions be considered to be established? Mr. Khalid? Yes. Right. So I assume that he agrees. All right. So this is amendment number 1. Right. Amendment number 1. Can we just go up again? Just go up. There has been. Okay. This is all right. Okay. So the words financially or otherwise will be deleted. And let's move down. And I believe what Madhu had proposed was consider establishing a 4th sub-region for North Asian NSOs, and any other additional sub-regions. Because he had mentioned that other than Northeast Asia, anyone can consider setting up another sub-region for solidarity purposes. Okay, full stop. Right, so this, I believe Bhutan Scouts had seconded this, so this will be amendment number 1. Right, I will now, amendment number 2 is from New Zealand. We will take that later, all right? So we will first proceed with this. Right, and I will hear the delegates on if they have any interventions on this. I saw an intervention from Mr. Aaron Waddell from Australia. So Aaron, you are recognized. You may speak to the conference. Mr. Aaron Waddell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Scouts Australia is very happy to support the amendment by New Zealand that the Regional Committee consider the sub-regions during the next triennium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we shall now, so that was the first amendment. We shall now look at how to draft the second amendment, since we have a seconder for the proposal from New Zealand. Let me see. I think to save ourselves a lot of trouble, this is what can be done, and let me see whether New Zealand and Australia can agree. Can we see the Google Docs again? Okay, so let's put this proposal amendment number 2. Scouts New Zealand, seconded by Scouts Australia. Let's use another color for amendment 2. Let's move down. Okay. After the words acknowledging the above, the 3 sub-regional bodies, and so on and so forth. Can we move down, please? Okay, sorry. Let's we have to move up. Move up. Okay. So can we put this in green? Amendment number 2 in green. Okay, stop. So after the words acknowledging the above, insert, insert these words in green. New bullet point, call upon the Regional Scout Committee to consider the following. No, stop. After the words, after the words jointly through this conference resolution. Yes. Next bullet point. Yes. Call upon the Regional Scout Committee to consider the following. Okay. And then next, delete the words call upon the Regional Scout Committee and the Regional Support Center, blah, blah, blah. So you will essentially call upon the Regional Scout Committee to consider, one, extending all possible support and so on and so forth. Two, call upon that the Regional Support Center should include the all triennial plans. Call upon the call upon the Regional Scout Committee and Regional Support Centers to make themselves available and so on and so forth. And I assume that they also will remove the words financially and otherwise. Okay, so everything else that follows from this will be sub-points, sub-points of calling upon the Regional Scout Committee to consider. Would that cover what you would like to do, New Zealand and Australia? So for here, it should be that the Regional Support Center includes in all triennial plans. And then the next point, that the Regional Scout Committee staff members make themselves available. Because you can just strike two here. You can just strike two in green. So you can just say that D. You can just remove, just remove call upon. This is for amendment number 2. Yes. All right. May I now call upon Scouts New Zealand to advise if the proposed changes that I have suggested covers the intention of your proposed amendment number 2. Dylan, please. Scouts New Zealand.
Yes, we support those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will therefore take 2 votes. Given that amendment number 2 is the more radical amendment, may I propose that we proceed to vote on amendment number 2 first, before we proceed to vote on amendment number 1. If the conference agrees, can I request everyone to just raise your thumbs up in the chat box, in the reaction box, because we have 2 fairly different amendments. So if you agree, can you please show the thumbs up sign? If they are not enough, then we'll have to proceed one by one. See, there's no reaction whatsoever. I need a conference to indicate whether you support or not. Delegate from Malaysia is recognized, Mr. Nasaruddin. You are recognized. Mr. Nasa, you may unmute yourself.
Hello. I strongly support the amendment been done, so I call for the vote. Thank you.
Which amendment do you support, Mr. Nasa? Is amendment number 2 or amendment number 1? Amendment number 2 is the slightly more radical, I wouldn't say radical, slightly different proposal from Scouts New Zealand to propose that the regional Scout committee should consider doing all these things. Amendment number 1 is the amendment from Scouts and Guides that we consider including the creation of a new sub-region.
Amendment number 1.
All right. We will proceed to vote then. I see that no one has responded to my call on my call, except Australia, that states that they support voting on amendment number 2 to consider the sub-regions. Hence, I will exercise my discretion as the chair to start the voting with amendment number 2. I will take one final intervention from the Maldives. The Maldives?
Yeah, so we would like to second the proposal brought forward by New Zealand Scouts Association.
Right. And I note that Hong Kong has also indicated that they support the proposal from amendment number 2 from New Zealand. So we will start with amendment number 2, because if amendment number 2 is carried, then amendment number 1 is no longer relevant. Yeah. And I now check with I would now like to check with the e-voting team whether the system is ready with amendment number 2 first. The e-voting team has confirmed that we are ready to vote on amendment number 2 first. Do bear in mind what I've indicated. If amendment number 2 is carried, it may no longer be relevant to consider amendment number 1. Right. With that in mind, we shall now open amendment number 2 for voting. Please refresh your e-voting system so that you can vote. You have 3 minutes to vote on amendment number 2. And again, I remind everyone that if amendment number 2 is carried, amendment number 1 will no longer be relevant. And then you will proceed to vote for the amendment as amended. The resolution is amended. now closed. The results of the vote will be shown very shortly. "27 votes were cast in favor of amendment number 2. 20 votes were in favor of amendment number 2. 6 votes were in favor of were against amendment number 2. 1 abstention. Accordingly, amendment number 2 is carried. For good order, given that amendment number 2 has been carried, which is very different from amendment number 1, may I request the proponents of amendment number 1 to indicate whether you are prepared to withdraw amendment number 1. It will be Bharat Scouts and Guides and Bhutan Scouts. Bharat Scouts and Guides, are you prepared to withdraw proposed amendment number 1, since amendment number 2 has been carried? Yes, Dr. Khalid.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. I have already stated that we withdraw the financial aspect of it.
Yes, but are you prepared to withdraw the other portion, which includes the portion in calling for the regional, because the original proposed amendment is to retain it as it stands, except to withdraw the financial part and to add in the call creation. So you
I agree to remove the financial part as well as agree to the amendments made.
Number 2. All right, thank you. I now would like to call upon Bhutan, which is the second proposal. Do you also agree with India? Yes, I have 2 hands up. The Chief Delegate is recognized.
Yes, I agree to the proposal.
All right, thank you very much. Accordingly, amendment number 1 is withdrawn. The conference will now proceed to vote on Resolution 9 of 2022 as amended. I now call upon the production team to please flash on the screen the amended resolution. So essentially, the amended resolution proposes that a resolve that the Regional Scout Committee should consider all the matters that were raised in the original proposal, with the exception that the words financially or otherwise shall be removed. Can we scroll up so that we can see the actual resolution, the portions that we amended? Thank you. Yes, thank you. Right. Can I now call upon the voting team to confirm whether the e-voting platform is ready? I'm advised by the voting team that the e-voting platform is ready. I now urge all voting delegates to log on to the e-voting platform, refresh your browser, and click on the red bar in order to vote. Please note that this is a vote for Conference Resolution number 9 of 2022 as amended to amendment number 2. Are you able to vote? I note that I am unable to see whether you can vote. Okay, you have 3 minutes to vote, and voting begins now. Please click on the red line so that you can vote in favor, against, or to abstain. Thank you. 1 minute and 45 seconds left to vote. Vote has closed. With a total of 27 votes cast and 17 votes in favor, 8 votes against and 2 abstentions, Conference Resolution number 9 of 2022 as amended through Amendment number 2 proposed by Scouts New Zealand is carried. Thank you very much, Conference, and I wish to thank all delegates for being so frank, honest, and respectful and cooperative with each other. This has made our job as a conference much easier. We now move on to Conference Resolution number 10 of 2022 on the nomination and endorsement by the National Scout Organizations or subcommittee and task force members. Can this be flashed on the screen? I now call on the Bharat Scouts and Guides to speak to the proposed resolution. Bharat Scouts and Guides, please.
Thank you, Chairman. As we all know, there is a practice at the world level for open call to individual members to serve at world level committees and task forces. This is fine at the world level where NSOs, I repeat, this is fine at the world level where NSOs do not submit nominations of the leaders for such appointments. At the regional level, our NSOs submit the nominations for the various subcommittees and task forces. When an open call is made, other leaders who have not been nominated by the NSOs may seek to be appointed to subcommittees and task forces where nominations have already been made by the NSOs. This will give rise not only to a conflict, but also for an embarrassment to the NSOs, who are then asked to endorse such candidates. And endorsement perhaps would also may mean that there would be 2 or more candidates from the same NSO for the same committee task force. A rejection would require the NSO to explain to the candidate why the NSO cannot endorse their candidature, which can be unpleasant for all concerned. If the region appoints candidates that have not been endorsed, this may also lead to friction with the relevant NSO in cases where such candidates are not on good terms with the national body. It may also affect the work of such individuals where they are unable to get cooperation, assistance from their own NSO. Hence this resolution to the conference.
Thank you very much, Brother Khalid, for a very clear explanation of the rationale for this proposed resolution. Would anyone else like to speak in favor or against this resolution? I note that the delegate from the Maldives wishes to speak. Mr. Thousand is recognized. Next, I will call upon the delegate from Bhutan and then the delegate from Bangladesh. Mr. Thousand, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Scout Association of Maldives is strongly against the resolution brought forward by the Bharat Scouts and Guides. We believe that open calls give opportunity for competent people who are interested in working in these subcommittees and other regional apparatus to apply on their own and work within the region. We would also like to note that even though they apply on their own, the NSOs are able to say whether we consent to them to work in these subcommittees. So we strongly against this resolution brought on by the Bharat Scouts and Guides, and we call on this conference to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. I next call upon the delegate from Bhutan, Mr. Tashiwangchuk. You are recognized and you may speak.
Thank you, Chairman. Bhutan Scout Association support the resolution. This is because, as pointed out by the Indian delegation, it is very important that NSOs are aware of the nominations made representing the NSO. At least endorsement of NSO is very important at the initial phase, then at the later stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bhutan. I next call upon the delegate from Bhutan, Mr. Muhammad Atikul Zaman. Zaman, you are recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I completely agree with the resolution, and the explanation from Mr. Khalid is quite clear. So there is no ambiguity, and I'm not sure what was the problem of the current, the former system, that all the nominations were coming through the NSOs. So it was very good. So I strongly support, Bangladesh Scouts strongly support the resolution from Bharat Scouts and Guides. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I next call upon the delegate from Malaysia, Mr. Nasaruddin.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. First, to Malaysia strongly support the motion of Bharat Scout and Guide that all nominations should be supported by their respective NSO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have three other interventions, and I will take these three interventions before I return to India. And these interventions are from first from Mr. Edwin Chow from Hong Kong, then Mr. Bata from Indonesia, finally Mr. Elson Hine from the Regional Committee. Mr. Edwin Chow first. Mr. Edwin Chow from Hong Kong, you are recognized.
Can you hear me,
yes,
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
thank you very much for letting me have the opportunity to speak up. Me, myself, is coming from an open call initiative. And thanks to the open call, I'm being selected into the youth engagement subcommittees and also being selected as a vice chairman of the youth engagement subcommittees. This resolution will only moving the open call initiative backwards, and it's not an initiative that we would like the region to moving onwards to. So please vote against on this resolution. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. I see that there are several more interventions. I will take all of these interventions because this is quite a serious area, and I will take them in this, and these will be the last I will take. In this order, I will take Mr. Bata from Indonesia, followed by the Maldives, Mr. Muhammad Nazif, followed by Korea, Mr. Yong Huang, India, Mr. Madhu. Finally, I will let the Regional Scout Committees, Mr. Elson Hine, speak before we go back to the Bharat Scouts and Guides to respond. Mr. Bata, you are recognized. Indonesia, please. Yes, please unmute Mr. Bata and allow Mr. Bata.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Indonesia Scout Gerakan Pramuka fully support these resolutions, and because we understand that NSO must be respected fully. And those who are proposed themselves directly goes to APR or WOSM, they are future leader of the NSO some days. And I do believe we as a parents, no one of us wants if our son or daughter go outside the house without noticing us before. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kapata. The chair next recognizes the delegate from the Maldives, Mr. Mohammad Nazif. Brother Nazif, you are recognized and you may speak, please.
Thank you very much. I think this is the step backwards we are taking, because it's from NSOs. I think we should respect and give opportunity to others to prosper, to go ahead. And as my brother Fauzu mentioned, this will actually limit the expertise that would go into regional committees and regional especially at regional committees, because NSO decisions will be highly political. And we being from NSOs, we are not giving a voice to others to raise their voice also. We are actually exercising our power to limit the opportunity to others. I think this is very wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. I note that there is a lot of interest in this resolution. I will take no more. I see. I will call Korea, India, Bhutan, Afghanistan, Philippines, and no more. After that, I will allow the regional scout committees, Mr. Elsenheim, to respond, and Bharat Scouts and Guides to finally respond to the points raised before we go for a vote. So please do not raise your hand anymore, because I will reject your intervention. All right. For everyone else, please note, keep your intervention short. The chair next recognizes Mr. Yonghua Huang from Korea. Mr. Huang, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to express my opinions on these resolutions. So the open call is really developed and very progressive the policy, and then I think this system is reflected the global trends of the global trends of the governance. Through this open call, the more youth were able to participate without any conflicts within the political situations in the NSOs. And even we still keeping our open call, the NSOs will have authority to endorse the candidates of the subcommittee and the panels in the regional level. So as one of the youth leaders who is serving in the governance subcommittee in next 3 years, I strongly ask to all NSOs to reject these resolutions, and we need to keep these open and inclusive systems for all of the scouters who'd like to serve on the regional level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Korea. I next call upon the delegate from India, Mr. Madhu, to speak.
Thank you, Chair. One thing I would like to clarify, with this amendment, the Bharat Scouts and Guides is not against the system of open call. What exactly this amendment means is, even when an open call, we need to ensure the person or the individual who is applying to any of the committees or task force through the open call must have the endorsement of the NSO. It is like many a times what happens if there's no endorsement, then the candidate's application would come back to the NSO for an endorsement. So what we would say is we need to have the endorsement of the NSO even during the open call. If need may be, we can bring an amendment to this thing where we can add a clause. The conference recommends that all subcommittees and task force members be appointed only after the nomination and endorsement by the respective NSOs, even in case of the open call. And this would help everybody understand it and set the case straight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Brother Madhu. The chair next recognizes the delegate from Bhutan, Mr. Yontan Norabu, you are recognized, please. Mr. Norabu, would you like to? Yes. Would you like to unmute your microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Norabu, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, all the friends out here for powering your thoughts and opinions. But I do support the resolution, and I feel like all must need to support so that we can help. We were talking about inclusiveness, we were talking about diversity, we were talking about in the earlier part and even in the box sessions. So if you need all these things, NSO must endorse it, because NSO is the at the grassroots level, and only the one and if the plan comes from the grassroots level, it means like things are going well and things are at the stand. So therefore I do seek support from like all the friends out here to support the resolution for the betterment of NSOs and for the empowering of the NSOs, so that NSOs can perform well in order to enhance and give support towards the larger organizations.
Thank you, Bhutan.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the delegation from Afghanistan. Thank you, Afghanistan. Mr. Mohammad Tamim, you are recognized and may speak. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chair. Afghanistan Scout National Organization fully support the resolution, proposed by Bharat Scout and Guides. Thank you.
Thank you, Afghanistan. The chair now recognizes the delegate from the Philippines, Mr. Kenny Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The Voices of the Philippines opposes this measure proposed by the Bharat Scouts and Guides for the reason that this is not the actual process that's happening at the moment. I think the resolution is bereft of the proper information as to how the system works, because I'm also a co-lead at global level, and what happens is that the open call process democratizes the system where everybody is actually, where applications are open to everyone. Everyone goes into registration system. It's basically assessed by the World Bureau by WASM, and after assessment, it comes back to the International Commissioner, to the NSO, through the International Commissioner or the Chief Commissioner for proper endorsement. It does not necessarily mean that once the NSO does not endorses a particular candidate, that the candidate or the nominee will automatically be appointed to a specific position. That's not how the system works, because WASM will only appoint members to any key positions at the global and regional level only after the NSO confirms an endorsement of a particular candidate. If the NSO does not provide any endorsement to a candidate, WASM will not proceed with the nomination process. I think on the chat, the volunteer co-lead at that time, Peter Blash, already confirms this particular process. So I think this resolution is strongly misinformed, Mr. Chair, and for that, the Boy Scouts of the Philippines expresses its vehement opposition to this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there was a hand raised from Papua New Guinea. Unfortunately, I can. The chair recognizes Elson Hine. Yes, Elson.
Yes, thank you, Brother Malcolm. And thank you, everyone, for what you have shared in relation to this resolution. I was one of the members of the scrutiny panel for the appointment of subcommittee members for this triennium. As a committee, we did find a number of challenges with the process. And in our final report, which was led by Kirsty Brown, an advisor to the Regional Scout Committee, there was a recommendation made that this triennium that they have had in previous subcommittees. And most of our committees have got at least 2 or 3 under 30s and at least 2 or 3 females. And that would not have happened in the past. So there is something good about the process. There are some challenges with the process. Now, we have a resolution on the table. I'm not going to advise people to vote one way or the other. I don't believe I have that right as a Regional Scout Committee member. However, what I will tell you is that the current process is planning to be reviewed by the Regional Scout Committee to ensure that there is the maximum amount of engagement with NSOs. And I would encourage the NSOs to trust their regional scout committee to do that work and to come back to them with some recommendations post the conference. Thank you, Malcolm.
Thank you very much, Elston. Now, in accordance with the usual rules of procedure, we will go back to India to see whether the chief delegate from India wishes to respond to any of the points, or whether he will leave. If he does not, we will proceed for voting. Khalid.
Thank you, Chairman. I just heard everybody. See, there's a difference between the open call at the world level and the regional level. That means a lot of, that's a lot of difference. What happens if NSO, yes, we respect as Elston says, we respect the views of the APR, but what happens if the NSO rejects? It's an embarrassment both for the NSO as well as the APR. Perhaps what Madhu suggested by delegate from India, that the open call should be endorsed before he sends it, will be more appropriate. I would agree to that amendment. Thank you.
I see that India has now proposed to amend the proposal. Just let me have a minute to have a look at it. Right. I personally do not see any difference between the proposed amendment and the current resolution as it currently stands. Right. However, before we vote, perhaps since it has been highlighted by India that there could be some differences between the open call at the world level and at the regional level, perhaps I would like to invite either the Secretary General or Global Director or Mr. David Burke to speak before we vote. Would either of them like to speak?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, not exactly. Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Since an issue has been raised that there could potentially be differences between the world open call and the regional open call, perhaps I will allow Mr. David Burke or the Secretary General to speak. Mr. David Burke is here. David, you are recognized.
Thank you. So I can speak to the World Open Call. I would refer to my colleague Regional Director GR for the regional open call. For the World Open Call, we call upon, we do an open call where at the initial level, there is no endorsement required. So anybody who sees the open call can in principle apply, but has to tick in the application that he or she has made his NSO aware that they are applying for this call. The next step, even before any selection is considered, is that the NSO is made aware that this individual has applied and is requested to let us know if the NSO endorses this individual. So this is prior to any selection happening. So it's just a request like this individual has applied for this. Do you wish to endorse, yes or no? Only after that stage, when the NSO endorsement is gained, a consideration for selection is made. At the final stage, again, if a selection is made, the NSO is again informed, like you endorsed this individual. We considered it for selection. We are considering to select it here. And we make the NSO aware that we are planning to select this individual for this role at the world level. So there's 2 times an interaction with the NSO. So I hope that helps, and I'm happy to hand over to my colleague GR of the Asia Pacific region to elaborate more on any differences with the open call in the Asia Pacific region if required.
Thank you very much. I see the Secretary General is here, but perhaps before we hear from the Secretary General, I will let the Regional Director speak first, so that the Secretary General can help us to summarize before we go for vote. The Chair now calls upon recognizes the Regional Director JRC Panganilan to speak. JR, please.
Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Chair. I think our colleague in Kuala Lumpur, Dr. David Bird, has been able to explain it already, that we really do that process of open call and we go back to the NSO to seek always the endorsement. There's a process on that, and the same has been circulated to the NSOs at the regional level. At the world level, we also have the process on the open call. And there is no any stage that we don't go back to the NSO to get their endorsement or their green light for the volunteers to be taken up in any of the committees that we are heading. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Regional Director. The Chair now recognizes the Secretary General, Mr. Ahmad Al-Hamdawi. SG, please.
Okay, now on mute. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Chair. I think I compliment what colleagues just shared, and also I refer you to the command from our volunteers lead for the open call, Mr. Peter Blatch, who clarified also the process at the ward level from a volunteer perspective in the chat section. However, I just would like to emphasize, I mean, in broader terms, the key principle for the selection of volunteers. The principle is making sure that all NSOs are putting forward and promoting the open call among their volunteers and the ones they recommend they would serve at the regional level or at the ward level. While we actually enhance the selection process and the open call so we can explore volunteers' expertise in a number of areas of work, we always try to scan and try to locate the volunteers based on our needs for the projects of the triennium. When it comes to the actual selection, as JR and David said, we always go back to NSOs for active endorsement. That's to ensure that NSOs are in alignment with the recruitment and they give their endorsement and approval, but also to secure the question of safe from harm and the background check that we expect all NSOs would make for the candidates they nominate forward. So I think there's no concern in the question of seeking NSO's endorsement. That's a principle for us in WOSM. Also, there's no question about us wanting to promote the open call for the largest number of volunteers that would like to volunteer at the regional or at the ward level. So the two things go in parallel, opening the open call for the maximum number of volunteers in alignment with NSOs, and then making sure that before any appointment is made, as an active endorsement is sought from the National Scout organizations. Can I take this opportunity as well, Mr. Presiding Chair, to also say that it would be always helpful for us in this process to ensure that NSOs, they do their part in sharing the open call with a diverse pool of volunteers. Sometimes, in reference to an earlier discussion around the 40%, for example, or the achieving gender equality and the youth engagement, it will limit the ability of WOSM to achieve these objectives if the candidates or the volunteers who are nominated are not reflecting the diversity of the movement. So a strong encouragement for NSOs to also reflect these diversity of gender, age, when they put forward the recommendation for volunteers to serve at the regional and the ward level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Right, we will now close the discussion and we will proceed for a vote. May I check with the team whether we are ready to take a vote? Is the system ready? Is the system ready? The system is ready. We will take a vote for 3 minutes. I humbly request all delegates who are voting to proceed to the e-voting system, and I remind you that you will need to first refresh the browser and to click on the red bar in order to be able to vote. The vote is now open for 3 minutes. This is in respect of Conference Resolution number 10 of the nomination and endorsement of national stock organizations of to subcommittees and task forces. So you can see several delegations have still not voted. We still have 1 minute and 25 seconds to vote. I would strongly encourage all NSOs who are present at this conference to vote, as this is a very serious issue which has attracted substantial discussion, for which I thank all delegates and observers. Bhutan is unable to lock in. Could someone please help Bhutan? We will not show the results yet until Bhutan is able to vote, as they have not been able to access the system. So someone from the technical team will be assisting Bhutan, and we will not flash the decision until after Bhutan is able to vote. Voting is now closed, but we will not release the results yet until the technical and e-voting team has confirmed that Bhutan has been able to vote. They were unable to access the system. But as there still seems to be some tech-end issues, I will call for a break now. I will call for a break of 3 minutes. When we come back from the break, we will proceed to share the response. Thank you. Thank you very much, conference. I understand earlier that one delegation was unable to vote. However, based on the results, it would have made no difference. I now call upon the production team and the tech team to please share the results so that the entire conference can see. 27 votes were cast, when 18 votes were in favor, 9 votes against. The resolution is therefore carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the participants for sharing your views. In any case, we have also heard from the Regional Scout Committee that they will indeed be reviewing the methodology of how the open call will be done. We now move on to the next proposed resolution, resolution number 12 of 2022, on regional committee members' ties with the NSOs. Right. Well, so I'm so sorry. We are number 11 first. I do beg your pardon. Number 11. This relates to the wearing and the use of the APR Scout badge, and I call upon the delegation from Persekutuan Pengakap Malaysia, where I originally came from, to speak to their resolution. Brother Nasaruddin, please. Brother Nasaruddin is recognized by the chair. Nasa, yes, your microphone is off, Nasa.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Dear conference, noting the regional scout logo has been used by regions in 1950, where we were then known as the Far East region, acknowledging that we are proud to be identified as part of our region, and so should our regional scout committee members. Noting the counter argument that all regional scout committee should only wear the World Scout badge to demonstrate unity. Believing that unity is great, but unity in diversity is what makes scouting unique. And the reason every scout is allowed to have their own scout uniform and logo. Recognizing that we are still one world body, the use of regional logo should be enhanced and not be allowed to be eradicated. The conference recommends that the APR Scout badge continue to be worn by Regional Scout Committee members on the right pocket of the Regional Scout uniform, and the APR Scout badge continue to be used in the official event, function, publicity, material, and correspondence. I'll call upon the conference to...
Thank you very much, Dr. Nasaruddin. Would anyone else like to speak in respect of this resolution on the wearing and the use of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout badge? Yes, I note that the delegate from India wishes to speak. Robert Khalid, please. Robert Khalid is from the chief delegate from India, is recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. I support the proposal of PPM. We should understand that, yes, unity in diversity makes scouting beautiful. When we can have separate uniforms and separate logos for all the NSOs of 172, I don't see anything wrong if the APR adopts or have our own logo. We have already adopted the uniform, yes, of the ODM, that's right, but let us also have a separate identity of our own. And this has a long history. I have a three decades history in the APR itself. And before that also, we have always worn the APR logo. I strongly support that we should have the APR logo adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, India. Are there any other interventions from any delegate or observer? Is there any intervention from any other delegate or observer? If there are none, can I check with the e-voting team whether the e-voting system is ready and whether the earlier problem has been resolved. The system is ready. You have 3 minutes to vote, and the vote is open now. Thank you. Again, let me remind all voting delegates that you need to refresh if you have to, if the red bar does not appear. Click on the red bar and you will be able to vote. Thank you. Vote is now closed. Thank you for voting. The results will be flashed on the screen shortly. With 25 votes cast, 17 member organizations voted in favor, 4 voted against, and there were 4 abstentions. The conference resolution number 11 of 2022 is therefore carried. Thank you very much, conference. We now move on to conference resolution number 12 of 2022 on the Regional Scout Committee members' ties with their NSOs. And I call upon the tech team to share the resolution on the screen. Right. I now call upon the Chief Commissioner of the Singapore Scout Association to speak to the resolution. Mr. Chong, please. Yes, good. The technical team, please, Clint Desmond on the screen from Singapore. Mr. Chong, you are recognized. Let's give the system a short while to stabilize so that we can hear the Chief Commissioner of the Singapore Scout Association. Okay, can you try speaking, Desmond? system is still down. No?
Okay. So
okay. Thank you.
unmute. So the Singapore Scout Association, together with our brothers and sisters from Malaysia, Pakistan, and Fiji, would like to put forth this resolution that allows our elected regional Scout committee members to continue to maintain strong ties with their NSOs and shall not be required to terminate their existing positions or appointment within the NSOs. We see this as a strength. There's always been concern about a conflict of interest and everything, and I think senior leaders that represents us in the region, we believe that they are mature enough to understand this, and they will put the interests of the region ahead of that of the NSOs. So there is no need for them to specifically have to resign their position from their NSOs the moment they are elected to the regional Scout committee. So we ask for the conference to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Desmond. Would any delegate or observer wish to speak to this resolution? Does anyone else wish to make an intervention? Brother Khalid has raised his hand. Brother Khalid is recognized from the Barat Scouts and Guides.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I strongly support the proposal of the resolution by Singapore and seconded by others. This is very much needed that the elected members should keep their umbilical cord with the NSO. If it is cut off, it's going to be very difficult because they'll feel themselves totally lost when they come back to the NSO. Bharat Scouts and Guides especially had a back experience since they could not get the support. They fared very badly. And I strongly feel that this will happen everywhere. Do not try to cut off the the elected members from the NSOs, because even back home, they cannot come and tell what exactly has been done, how they can push through. So I strongly support the resolution of Singapore Association.
Thank you very much, India. Does any other delegation wish to speak to this? Yes, I hear from the delegate from Australia, Aaron Waddell. Aaron, you are recognized, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just wanted to provide some clarification that certainly in Australia, there is no requirement to sever ties, and I have never seen any requirement at a regional or world level to define separating ties from your NSO. So I don't believe that this resolution specifically provides any benefit from a governance perspective.
Thank you. Is there any other intervention? I see that the delegate from Afghanistan has indicated that his National Scout Organization fully supports this. As there are no further interventions, we will proceed for a vote. Can the e-voting team please confirm whether the e-voting platform is ready? E-voting team, is the system ready? The platform is ready, and voting delegates may now head to the e-voting system to cast their votes. You have 3 minutes to cast your votes, and voting is open now. Thank you. We still have 2 minutes to vote. I request voting delegates to head over to the e-voting system and to cast their votes. Thank you. Time for voting has elapsed. The voting is closed now. Once the results are ready, it will be flashed on the screen. Can it be? Yes. Right, as you can see, 19 votes were cast in favor of this resolution, 5 against, 2 abstentions. Resolution 12 of 2022 is carried. Thank you very much. We now move on to the next resolution, Resolution 13 of 2022, on the Regional Scout Committee members' engagement in GSET. And may I call the tag team to pin the resolution on the screen. For everyone else, please remember that if you wish to read the resolution, you can access the resolution at the Google Docs document that was sent out earlier. May I now call upon the Sri Lanka Scout Association to speak to your resolution, please. Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka. I hear no response from Sri Lanka, so I assume that Sri Lanka has nothing else to add. Does any delegate or any observer wish to speak in respect of this resolution before we proceed for a vote? Brother Khalid from India is recognized. Bharat Scouts and Guides.
Thank you, Chairman. Since Sri Lanka is not there, I would like to fully support this resolution. As rightly said, we had during our tenure, maybe about 12, 15 years back, what we had called as CNV, which was very effective. And this CNV, I feel, is the precursor of the GSAT now. As committee members, we are fully engaged. And we had the opportunity of visiting over about 23, 24 NSOs practically. And as the GST tool, almost the same tool was there. And we assessed, were there for 3-4 days, we assessed them. And we also guided how they should go forward. This has proved to be very successful. So I suggest that the present committee members also get themselves involved, apart from the auditors and others, that one of the member of the APR should be there in the team so that they can study that NSO very well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I next call upon the delegate from Papua New Guinea, Mr. Noel Pinda, to speak. Noel, you are recognized.
Thank you, Presiding Chair. Again, thank you, conference. Thank you for giving me that opportunity. I think from PNG's perspective, we strongly support this resolution. And I agree with Brother Khalid said. I think from previous experience from CNV and even to the recent, currently we're having this APR visit where we have the regional scout committee visiting NSOs, assessing their progress and achievements and carry out all those evaluations. So that gives sort of feedback to where we are in terms of respective each NSOs, in terms of their progress in their NSOs. So I think we strongly support this resolution that those regional committee members, even with the newly appointed or elected regional committees, should get involved in engagement with the GSET so that they assess the progress of each NSO, given their strength and weakness and when they can come in to assist. So we strongly support these resolutions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Papua New Guinea. I next call upon the delegate from New Zealand, Mr. Vincent Willaston. Vincent, you are recognized.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution suggests that members of the Regional Scout Committee be actively engaged in GSAT evaluations. It is critical that our NSOs complete GSAT evaluations to ensure that they have a clear understanding of their strengths and weaknesses, as reflected in the resolution. However, a key tenet or component of the GSAT evaluation is confidentiality, and ensuring that NSOs can have open, frank, and honest conversations with their GSAT consultant. Including a member of the Regional Scout Committee in that process carries the potential risk of a breach of that confidentiality, or alternatively, suggests that the NSO may withhold information as part of the GSAT evaluation because they may not feel as though their relationship is confidential to that of the consultant. We understand, acknowledge, and support the Regional Scout Committee engaging with NSOs to understand their strengths and weaknesses and to support them to grow and to develop. However, we do not believe that the Regional Scout Committee should be involved in every GSAT and every NSO. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, New Zealand. And finally, we return to Sri Lanka for a response. Dr. Rajiva Pires, please, from Sri Lanka. You are recognized, sir. Dr. Pires. The tech team, please assist Sri Lanka. Yes.
Yes. Sorry, we had some technical difficulties at the previous time. You wanted me to unmute. So we support this resolution completely because GSAT is one of the best tools we have. And I think the committee and the entire region should be following GSAT very closely and adopting that as a big tool to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Perez. Discussions are now closed and we will proceed to vote once the e-voting team confirms that the e-voting system is ready. E-voting team, can you please confirm that whether the system is ready? The e-voting team has confirmed that it is ready. The vote will be open now for 3 minutes. These voting delegates are reminded to head to the system and to refresh if the red bar does not appear. still have 1 minute, 25 seconds to vote. Vote is now closed. The results will be flashed on the screen shortly. With a total of 24 votes having been cast, 20 votes were in favor, 3 votes against, and 1 abstention. Conference resolution number 13 of 2022 is carried. Thank you very much, conference. We now move on to the 14th resolution. Resolution number 14 of 2022, support for the ongoing development of work for safe from harm, proposed by the Scout Association of New Zealand. May I call upon Ms. Rani Calderman to speak for the resolution. Rani, please, you are recognized.
Kia ora everyone, I am Rani, the Chief Commissioner of Scouts New Zealand. We, alongside many other Scout organisations, all believe that the progress towards safe from harm will always be considered important. It is our moral duty to keep every member in our movement safe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief Commissioner. Now, does any other delegate or wish to speak to the resolution? Yes, I see Ms. Philomena Rex from Timor-Leste. You are recognized, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Timor-Leste Scout Association fully support this resolution. Endorsed by New Zealand. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there any other interventions from anyone else? I see that an intervention from the delegate from India, Mr. Madhu. You are recognized, please.
The Bharat Scouts and Guides. The Bharat Scouts and Guides fully endorse the proposal of New Zealand. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other interventions? Yes, I see an intervention from Indonesia. Brother Kak Brata Haja Subuto from Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia, you are recognized, please. Kak Brata from Indonesia.
All right. Thank you, Malcolm. I think we support fully this one because we need to protect our 25 million members and 50 million parents and protect the reputation of scouting in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Boy Scouts of the Philippines has also indicated that they strongly support the measure from Scouts New Zealand. Are there any further interventions? There are no further interventions. We will now proceed to take a vote once the e-voting team confirms that the platform is ready. Vietnam has indicated that they fully support the measure as well as the Persekutuan Penangkap Malaysia. E-voting team, please, are we ready? E-voting team indicates that we are ready. We have 3 minutes to vote from now. Voting is open. Thank you. delegates who are voting are reminded to log on to the system and to refresh your browser if you do not see the red bar. Thank you. We have 1 minute and 20 seconds left to vote. Thank you. Vote is now closed. The results will be flashed on the screen for all delegates and observers to verify shortly. Yes, with 25 votes cast, 24 votes were cast in favor, 1 vote against. The conference resolution number 14 of 2022 is carried. Thank you very much, conference. We now move on to conference resolution number 15 of 2022. If you recall, this is the conference resolution that was inserted this morning due to a technical error. It was not circulated earlier. However, it was received in time and was inadvertently left out. Can I call upon the technical and production team to please pin it on the screen? Thank you. Conference resolution number 15 of 2022 on implementation of the Listening Ears Support Network, the National Scout Organizations, is proposed by Persekutuan Pengakap Malaysia. May I call upon Persekutuan Pengakap Malaysia to speak to the resolution. The young delegate, Mr. Zairin Adam, is recognized. You may speak, sir. Would the tech production team please unmute Mr. Zairin's microphone so he can speak. Thank you, Zairin. Thank you, Zairin. Let's hold on for a while for the system to stabilize because we still can't hear you. Technical team, can someone please assist? Can someone please assist Zairin? Can you try again, Mr. Zairin? Still not working.
Zairin, you are...
Okay, can you please try again? still can't speak, I think. I'm sorry, he still can't speak. This is very strange. Perhaps if you switch off your video, you may be able to free some resources to allow yourself to speak. Yes, can you try again? Okay, can you try speaking, Mr. Zairi? Fortunately, there appears to be a problem. Can the production team please help Zion? He is speaking, but he can't seem to hear, or at least I cannot hear. Right, can you try again, Zion? It says you're connecting your audio. Yes, please. We will stand down for a few minutes to allow Zion to reconnect to the application. In the meantime, we shall take a 3-minute break. We will take a short 2 or 3 minute break so that we can aid to the CR. I check whether Mr. Zairin from Persekutuan Pengakap Malaysia is back?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you now, sir. You're recognized and you may speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair again. So we at the Persekutuan Pengakap Malaysia would like to carry on the good work from the 10th APR Scout Youth Forum, where we discussed about mental health. And this is one of the recommendations produced based on the forum. It is the implementation of listening ear support network in NSOs. So we request that each NSO develops a listening ear support network, which is actually from the World Scout Jamboree. They have, it can be expanded in the scouting movement's day-to-day safe from harm best practices, as stated in the safe from harm listening ear model approach, and also best practices from the World Jamboree. It would also enhance the mental health support and mental health awareness in the NSO. And it is also further recommended that this listening ear support network includes initiating, supporting, and overseeing the implementation of safe spaces for scouts and providing a platform to have conversations where the listening ears listen and offer advice through a dedicated means of communication. This also serves as the first point of psychological first aid, and if deemed necessary, further support will be needed with the consultation for mental health professionals. So we would like to request for the conference to support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Encik Zairin. Would any other delegate or observer wish to speak to this conference resolution? I see there are no hands raised. We will now proceed to take a vote once the e-voting team confirms that the e-voting system is ready. E-voting team, please. The e-voting team confirms that the system is ready. You have 3 minutes to vote from, and voting is open now. Thank you. The vote is for the resolution 15 of 22 on the implementation of listening ear support in MSOs. Delegates who have yet to vote, you are humbly requested to access the e-vote system. You have 1 minute and slightly more than 30 seconds left to vote. Thank you. Voting is now closed. The results will be shared with the entire conference shortly. With 24 votes cast, 22 votes were in favor, 1 vote against, 1 abstention. Accordingly, Resolution 15 of 2022 on Listening Ear Support Network is carried. Thank you very much, conference. We now move on to the final resolution for the day. This is how we will proceed on the final resolution. First, I will call upon the production team to share the original proposed resolution, which was proposed by the Regional Scout Committee. Now, right, as you can see, there has been a minor amendment, which this is essentially an amendment that is logical, as the amendment simply provides that after recognizing that the participants of the conference have already had the opportunity to discuss the draft and today's additional recommendations. This is because after this resolution has been considered and voted on, there will be no more opportunity to discuss the draft plan, all right? Because then we will have a plan. Now, once this resolution on the draft plan is approved, we will then have an EPR plan. Now, I will first invite Dr. Sombun to speak to the original proposal. Then I will call upon the Bharat Scouts and Guides to speak in respect of the proposed amendment. Thereafter, we will vote on the proposed amendment, and depending on what happens, we will then go back to the adoption of the resolution either as originally proposed or as amended. And now, it now gives me great pleasure to call upon Dr. Sombun Gunasari from the Regional Scout Committee to speak in respect of the conference resolution. Dr. Sombun, please. Could someone please help Dr. Sombun? His microphone doesn't seem to be working.
Unmute.
Yes, Dr. Sombun, we can now hear you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. I represent the Regional Scout Committee to request the conference for the adoption of the APR Plan 2022-2025. The plan will be the primary basis of the regional work and target for the next 3 years. The 6 strategic priority of this plan is this basis for the formation of the 6 subcommittees that are appointed during this conference. Apart from the work of the APR Scout Leaders Summit and the subcommittee in drafting the plan, we also invite a representative from NSO to breakout group discussion and this conference to review the plan. Thank you to the 105 participants who took part in breakout group A and B, facilitated by Maurice Cheng of Hong Kong and Neville Tompkins from Australia. A detailed report of this discussion have been received from 2 groups. We acknowledge and appreciate your comment. Some of these comments are very constructive and others are procedural. This will be further reviewed by the Regional Scout Committee and the AP Support Center to make sure that with your suggestion, the plan is stronger and serves its purpose. For the final version, we will do our best to push for the higher target and consider the overall impact of the APR plan. I respectfully request the conference to adopt this APR plan 2022-2025, and let us work together to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sombun. I now call upon the proposer of the proposed amendment to speak to the proposed amendment, and I request the technical team to please share the proposed amendment resolution on screen. That's Amendment 1. I call upon the Bharat Scouts and Guides to speak to the proposed amendment.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We respectfully adopt the resolution, but I suggest a minor change because I see something amiss here. If you see the final paragraph, it says the conference endorses the APR Plan 22-25 and approves it in principle with a provision. The Regional Scout Committee reviews the input of the conference breakout group discussions and considers additional input coming from NSOs until March 15. What I feel amiss is what happens to the resolutions. We are not clear. The resolutions we have passed in the last few hours they do not find a place in this. So I suggest that we reword it as follows. The conference endorses the APR plan 22-25 and approves it in principle with the provision that the Regional Scout Committee ensures taking into account the measures called upon in the various conference resolutions of the 27th APR Scout Conference, including the input of the conference breakout group discussions, and also consider any additional input coming from NSOs until 15th March. So I'm just giving the importance of the fact that these resolutions, what we have passed in the last few hours, should also be a part of this APR before you finalize the APR plan.
Thank you very much. Bharat Scouts and Guides, if I could humbly propose for your consideration one minor amendment. What you have proposed is not syntactically correct. Can I suggest that that the last sentence be amended to read the conference endorses the APR plan 2022-25 and approves it in principle with a provision that the Regional Scout Committee should take into account the measures called upon in the various conference resolutions of the 27th APR Scout Conference, including the input. So the amendment is the Regional Scout Committee takes into account the measures. Would you be all right with that amendment? The Regional Scout Committee takes into account the measures. Prophet Khalid? Yes, Prophet Khalid, do you agree to the proposed amendment that I have suggested? Please.
Yes, I'm fine with it, Mark.
Thank you so much. Can I request check with the Bhutan Scout Association whether they agree with the proposed amendment that I have proposed? Bhutan, please. Bhutan, as seconder, do you agree with the proposed amendment, to the amendment? I understand that Bhutan had some difficulty just now. So if Bhutan is unable to get in, could any other NSO second the proposed amendment to the amendment so that we can proceed? If any National Scout organization like to second Bhutan? Yes. Yes, okay, Bhutan has confirmed that they support, and Afghanistan has also confirmed that they support. Right, so we will we will vote on amendment number 1 first, as shown on the screen. So I now call upon the e-voting team to confirm whether the e-voting platform is ready for us to vote on amendment number 1. E-voting team, please. The voting team has confirmed that the system is ready for a vote on 1622, amendment number 1. You have 3 minutes to vote, and the vote is open now. Thank you. Voting delegates are kindly requested to go to the e-voting platform now. Thank you. The vote is closed, and you can see that out of the number of votes cast, 21 votes were in favor, 4 votes abstain, and 1 vote against. We now have an Asia Pacific region plan for 2022 to 2025. Please give yourself a warm round of applause, the great APR region. Thank you so very much. I wish to commend all participants in this conference for your patience, your kindness, and your understanding in going through this somewhat tedious process of going through the resolutions. Thank you so very much. And if I have hurt anyone, or if I've been too difficult to anyone, if I've been slow or made any mistakes, I do humbly apologize. Thank you very much, everyone. I now hand over back to the much prettier and much more competent young presiding officers. Thank I now call upon Diane and Celeste to take over the proceedings again to share with us what will happen next. Thank you so much. Oh, I do apologize. I have made a mistake. I do apologize. We still need to vote for the amended plan. That was the amendment. I withdraw what I said. I did tell you that the young people are more competent than I am. Right, we will now go back to the, we now have an amended, we now have amendment. So let's go back. We will still need to formally approve the resolution. Yes, thank you, Nasaruddin, for reminding me. Can I now call upon the e-voting team to just confirm that we can now finally vote on the regional plan? My deepest apologies. I'm actually multitasking now. Are we ready to vote on the actual plan itself? Yes, Mr. Fukushima, you are from Japan. You wish to say something? You are recognized, Mr. Fukushima from Japan. Before we proceed, Mr. Masami Fukushima, please.
Oh, sorry. It's nothing more. It is a mistake.
Oh, I see. No problem.
Sorry.
We are all making mistakes, just as I made a very big mistake. We are all human, and so we err from time to time. Of course, I sometimes make mistakes just to ensure that everyone is not asleep. Yeah? And obviously, we're all not asleep. Okay, is the e-voting system ready? E-voting team? Yes, the system is ready, and we have 3 minutes to vote. This will be the final vote. So please enter the voting platform so that you can vote. You have 3 minutes to vote, and voting begins now. This is for the adoption of the APR Plan 2025. The resolution is as amended by the Bharat Scouts and Guides. Delegates that wish to vote still have 45 seconds left to vote. Voting is now closed and the results will be shown on the screen for all delegates and observers to see. Well, we have done even better than before, just as well that I made an error just now. We have 25 out of 25 votes for the adoption of the APR Plan 2022 to 2025 as amended. We now really have an APR plan. Congratulations, great APR region. Congratulations, all delegates and observers. I wish to thank each and every one of you for being so patient, for being so frank in sharing your opinions, in treating each other with kindness, love, and respect, and showing the whole world that we are really a great region that believes in youth empowerment, it believes in diversity and inclusion, young, including young and old, anyone and everyone. Thank you very much. And again, once again, I apologize for any mistakes that I may have done. I apologize for any words I may have misspoken, and I thank you all very much once again. We have an APR plan, and I now humbly hand over the chair to Celeste and Diane to take us through the next set of proceedings. Diane and Celeste, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Malcolm, for presiding the conference resolutions proceedings. With all matters in the agenda for the last day of conference duly covered, I now close this session. At this point, let us take time to play a quiz game. To facilitate our quiz game, may I call on our game master, Karil May Takalan of the World Scout Bureau Asia Pacific Support Center.
Thank you, Diane. So I hope you all can hear me. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, participants. I hope you all are still fine after the rigorous resolutions proceedings. Now, to lighten things up, we will be having a mini game that we call Guess That Picture. Now, before we go to the game proper, let's have the game mechanics. Now, here is the instruction for the game. A series of pictures will be shown on screen, and each participant will guess what scouting phrase or words are the pictures referring to. Once you know the answer, quickly type it in our Zoom chat. Now, we also have a special hint right here. An ear icon, looking like the one shown on screen, means that the picture sounds like or rhymes with the answer. Next slide, please. Now, before we go into the game proper, let's just have a practice round first to test if we are already good to go. Next slide, please. Now here we have 3 pictures. What do you think are the scouting phrase or words are these pictures referring to? Okay, let's see in the Zoom chat. We have answers World Scout Conference from Andrew as well as from Julia. Same with Rio. We have a different answer from Gloria Ling. It says World Scout Committee. We have Better World from Jed Delgado. Now let's see if these are the correct answer. Next slide, please. Now, the correct answer is World Scout Conference. Now, just to explain, the first picture is referring to Earth. Second picture is, of course, Scout. And third picture is the conference. Next slide, please. Now, are we all ready now? Virtual thumbs up if we're all ready, good to go. Okay, so since we're all ready now, let's proceed to the first level. So let's see what items are we going to guess in this round. Slide, please. Now, for the first item, we have two pictures. First is of an animal, and second is of a cookware. What do you think is the correct answer? Okay, I'm seeing one answer. So let's see if it is the correct answer. Next slide, please. The correct answer is our Chief Scout Ambassador, Mr. Bear Grylls. So just to correct, the correct spelling for Grylls is Grylls. So not Grills. Next slide, please. So this is the picture of a blue icon, and the second picture is of a symbol. What do you think is the correct answer? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Let's see if this is the correct answer. Next slide, please. So the correct answer is messengers of peace. Congratulations, everyone. Next item. Now here we have three pictures. What do you think is the scouting word that we are looking for? You are all very fast in answering. Okay, let's see if this is the correct answer. So congratulations, the answer is Bronze Book Award. Now let's go to the next slide. Now here we are moving to level 2, the moderate round. So let's see what items are we going to do next. So here we have two pictures, one of a person and one of a red button. They're all very good. Okay, let's see the correct answer. So I saw an answer from Mr. Tino's Scout Alarm, but I'm sorry, the correct answer is Scout Bazaar. Congratulations everyone who don't get it correctly. Next slide, please. Here we have 4 pictures. What do you think is the scouting phrase or words that we are looking for? Okay, I'm seeing several answers. Closing camp, friendship. Now let's go to the next slide to find out what is the correct answer. So the correct answer is Scout Promise and Love. Congratulations to everyone who got it correctly. Next slide, please. Now this is a harder level. Let's go if we will be able to answer this. Answers on pouring on our Zoom chat. Let's see if this is the correct answer. The correct answer is safe from harm. Congratulations, everyone. Now let's move to the third round, the difficult level. Now let's see if we will be getting this correct. Now, if you will all remember in our game mechanics, the ear icon means that the picture rhymes with the answer. It's an answer from Paolo, little infant boys. Done. This is clear. Okay, let's see the correct answer. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, the answer is Earth tribe. So just to explain, the red warning sign means alert. So since we have the red Earth icon means that the word is rhyming to alert. And that's Earth. And the next picture refers to tribe. So the correct answer is Earth tribe. Let's go to the next item. Now here we have 6 pictures. What do you think is the correct answer? So answers are slowing down on our chat. So this is the difficult level for early. Let's go, participants. So as of the moment, I am still not seeing the correct answer. Better World Dreamer, Creating a Better World, Life of Pi, Scouts Environment, and Kayaking Fun. Okay, let's think of other answers. Let's go. I'm a happy scout. Congratulations, Mr. Rio. And Beach Party from Mr. Caleb. Okay, I'll count until 5, 4, 3, 2, 21. Okay, 1. Now let's go and see what is the correct answer. Now the correct answer is our founder, Robert Baden Powell. So why did anyone not get it correct? So we celebrated the Founders Day yesterday. So just to explain, the first picture is Joe, and the second picture is Earth, so Robert. The third picture is Jay, and the fourth picture is Lion's Den, so we have Jaden. And the last picture, we have the ear icon and towel. It means that it rhymes with towel. Towel rhymes with towel. So congratulations, everyone. Let's go to the next item, please. Now here I think the scouting terms were mentioned a while ago during the resolution. Just again, this is the four-word scouting. What do you think is the correct answer? Okay, another clue. So we take the picture literally. Okay, I already saw the answer. Somehow close to the answer. Okay, let's give it a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go to see what is the correct answer. So the correct answer is Far East Scout Region. So that is the previous name of Asia Pacific region. So let's go to the next item. Now this we have 8 pictures. What do you think are these pictures referring to? So I hope we all got it correctly. This is the last item for our Okay, I'm taking my answers. Happy Mawek from Mr. Joe. Simone and Kumba from Mr. Clark. Strawberry Jam Wi-Fi. Okay, now let's see if this are the correct answers. So I'm sorry, but the answer is Jamboree on the air and Jamboree on the third. So thank you everyone for participating in our meeting. That's all. I hope you all enjoyed as we go into our conference stage. With that, I give the floor back now to the presiding officers, Diane and Shan. Bye everyone.
Thank you, Karil, for the game and for keeping us awake. Before we proceed with the special recognition ceremony, I call for a 15-minute break.
মানে অল্প বয়সে আমাদের এত দূর যাওয়া সম্ভব না নদী পার হয়ে, তারপরেও ওনারা এখানে স্কুলটা দেওয়ার কারণে যার কারণে আমরা লেখাপড়াটা করতে পারতেছি। হয়তো বা এই স্কুলটা না হলে করতে পারতাম না।
যে আমাদের বাড়ি সর্বপ্রথম যখন নদীর ওই প্রান্তে ছিল, অপর প্রান্তে ধল্লা নদীর ভাঙনে আমাদের ভিটা বাড়ি যখন নদী গর্ভে বিলীন হয়ে যায়, তখন অসহায় অবস্থায় আমরা এই চরের মধ্যে বসবাস শুরু করি।
At that time, the northern part of Bangladesh was affected by the Monga. We went lot many places near the river Tista, near the river Brahmaputra, near the river Dharla.
At the very first time when we came in this particular area, so the people actually thought that we are actually some very wealthy people and we are here for some philanthropical work. So we will provide them with some money and wealth for free. We are here not to give them the fish. Rather, we'll provide them the fishing rod to fish the rest of their life.
আমাদের এই চর অঞ্চলের বিশেষ করে স্বাস্থ্যসম্মত পায়খানা আমাদের এখানে আগে ছিল না। ক্রিস্টাল ওপেন স্কাউটের মাধ্যমে শতকরা প্রায় 80% বাড়িতে স্বাস্থ্যসম্মত পায়খানার ব্যবস্থা হয়েছে।
তারপর অর্থের জন্য 100 পরিবারকে 2টি করে ছাগল দিচ্ছি এই ওপেন স্কাউটের তরফ থেকে। এখন সে ছাগলে অনেক পরিবার অনেক ইনশাআল্লাহ অনেক ভালো হয়েছে। তারা এখন নিজেরা ঘর তুলতেছে এবং কেউ কেউ এই টাকা দিয়ে জমি বন্ধক নিতেছে।
তা আমরা তাদেরকে বললাম যে স্যার আমাদের জন্য আপনারা আর কি করবেন, আমাদেরকে একটা স্কুলের ব্যবস্থা করে দেন। আমাদের বাচ্চা কাচ্চারা নিয়ে আমরা খুব অসহায় অবস্থায় আছি। তখন তারা সর্বপ্রথম আমাদের এই ছোট্ট একটা ঘর দিয়ে স্কুল শুরু করে। দিকে 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 আস্তে আস্তে এই স্কুল আজকে একটা পূর্ণাঙ্গ স্কুলে পরিণত।
Welcome back, conference. Up next is a much awaited moment for our fellow scouts who have carried out their commitments to the scout movement with fervor. The World Organization of the Scout Movement acknowledges and appreciates their efforts. So, we now proceed to the special recognition ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the special recognition ceremony of the Asia-Pacific region. Let us bear witness to the conferment of the special awards and recognition to hardworking men and women behind the Asia-Pacific regional subcommittees, task forces, and other committees for 2018-2022.
APR Program Subcommittee, Steve Tyus, Vice Chairman. Rio Ashadi, Vice Chairman. Sherman Xiao Ming Cheng, Member. Mohammed Atikus Zaman, Member. Ling Kai Ku, Member. Yubinata Lisa Kim, Member. Hon Teng Fong Donald, Member. Yang Ten, Member. Chao Yik Man Edwin, Regional Youth Representative. Antong S. Rahmat, Ex-Officio Member. Elston Colin Hind, Advisor.
The APR Adults in Scouting Subcommittee, the Vice Chairman, Wilson Lai Wai Sang, and Zahid Mabu. Our Regional Youth Representative, Kumar Ritesh Agarwal, and the members, M. Piset, Dr. Cyrus P. Wadya, Muhammad Layin Nento, Idehito Okubo, Aishat Alam, Bisho Shrestha, the ex-officio member, Cedric G. Train, and the advisor, Muhammad Rafiqul Islam Khan.
APR Governance Subcommittee, Vice Chairman, Anbarasan Thuray Manikam, Belinda Wang, our Regional Youth Representative, Hassan Mohammed, our members, Tam Kwok Kuen, Paramasivang Palani, Yukinori Ideta, Eugene Yun Gui Kim, Sabir Hussein, Prabhath Kularatna, Setanun Ongkal Pasvich, and our advisor, E. Bin Lian.
The APR Financial Management Subcommittee, the Vice Chairman, Hu Chuan Yang, and Terence Ho Wai Kyung. The members, Muhammad Mamudul Haq, Thomas Liao, Rapin Mudiarjo, Datok Awang Zaini Suntim, Ahmed Anwar, Zubair Alfarok Lodi, and the Regional Youth Representative, Daniel Chun Lin Ruan, and the advisor, Baidas Eswar Nagarale.
APR Communication and Partnerships Subcommittee, Muhammad Rizwan Jafar, Vice Chairman. Kim Yong-gyun, Vice Chairman. The members, Famida Amin, Mashu Lan Sara, Chang Wing Hong, Berthod Sinolan, Hussein Jawad, Fuin Tay Darin, Ut Sangjit, our Regional Youth Representative, Muhammad Naufal bin Othman, and the advisor, Che Hong Leng.
The APR Strategy Monitoring Task Force, Vice Chairman, Jason Ng Kalyong, Regional Youth Representative, Lim Wei Yung, and the member, Devraj Gimere. The APR Awards Committee, the member, Reiko Suzuki, and Muhammad Effendi Rajab.
APR Scout Foundation Management Committee. Pansak Rasibramanakul, Vice President. Dominic Chu Chun Ho, Promotion Coordinator. Joseph Lau Ilyong, Treasurer. Muhammad Ali Khalid, Member. Lee Bok Yi, Member. Tadashi Paul Murayama, Member. Paulus Tejakrawan Taning Jaja, Member. And our ex-official member, Jimmy Ang.
The APR Scout Bazaar Committee. Jimmy Ang, Treasurer. Elif Wang Tan Cheng, Manager Marketing and Product Development. Anna Wong Kit Chi, Secretary, Communication. Fernando De Leon, Special Recognition for Marketing and Promotions.
Congratulations to our awardees, and thank you for your invaluable support to the Asia Pacific region and for advancing the cause of Scouting. Let us proceed with the next set of our awards. On to you, Bianca.
Thank you, Celeste. We now move to another exciting award, the winners of the 20th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Photo Contest. These stunning photos capture the inspiring work that Scouts are doing across the Asia Pacific region. Each photo has a story to tell. Scouts have taken various approaches to address related issues by taking care of themselves, their communities, and their environment despite the global health crisis. For this cycle, the theme is Unity in Adversity. The winning entries are, for the bronze prize, we have Zainuddin bin Haji Ishak from the Parasikatuan, Pengakap, Negara, Brunei, Darussalam. Chan Kin Man from the Scout Association of Hong Kong. And from the Gerakan Pramuka, we have Hamida. For the silver prize, we have Nor Azlin binti Mat Nor from the Parasikatuan, Pengakap, Malaysia. Amar B. Chetri from the Bharat Scouts and Guides. And for the gold prize, we have Yogendra Bujel from Nepal. Congratulations.
The Asia Pacific region cordially recognizes the National Scout organizations who have hosted APR events and meetings. We would like to recognize the Afghanistan National Scout Association for the National Strategic Planning Workshop, MOP Local Leaders Training, and MOP Local Leaders Training. Scouts Australia for the 13th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Moot and the 21st Australian Rover Moot.
Bangladesh Scouts for the APR Workshop on Adults in Scouting. APR Adults in Scouting Subcommittee Meeting. National Youth Involvement Webinar. National Ticket to Life Webinar. And the implementing partner, Ticket to Life Project. Bhutan Scouts Association for the Scouts of the World Award Local Coordinators Training Webinar and the National Strategic Planning Workshop.
We also recognize Parasikatuan Pengakap Negara Brunei Darussalam for the National Diversity and Inclusion Workshop. The General Association of the Scouts of China for the APR Workshop on Good Governance. Scouts Association of Hong Kong for the APR Adults in Scouting Workshop and Wood Batch 100. APR Adults in Scouting Subcommittee Meeting.
We recognize the Bharat Scouts and Guides India for Implementing Partner, Ticket to Life Project, Membership Growth Strategy Development Meeting, State Growth Coordinators Meet, State Membership Growth Coordinators Training, Membership Growth Strategy Development Meeting. Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia, APR Scout Committee Meeting, National Ticket to Life Webinar, and Implementing Partner, Ticket to Life Project.
We also recognize the Scout Association of Japan for the APR Scout Committee meeting and the APR Scout Foundation dinner. Persekutuan Pengakap Malaysia for the APR Growth Seminar for 5 NSO leaders follow-up meeting. The APR NSO Membership Growth Coordinators meet and the National Strategic Planning Workshop.
We recognize Nepal Scouts for the implementing partner of Ticket to Life project. Workshop on good governance and reconstructing Nepal Scouts. Nepal Scouts staff induction. Boy Scouts of the Philippines. Workshop on sustainable development goals and the Better World Framework. Implementing partner Ticket to Life project.
We recognize the Singapore Scout Association for Scouting in the New Norm webinar. Sri Lanka Scout Association for the MOP District Coordinators Workshop. National Scout Organization of Thailand for the WUSM Consultants Training 5th edition. And implementing partner for Ticket to Life project.
For Myanmar Scouts, for the National Workshop on Financial Management and Controls. Dialogue for Peace Facilitators Training. And Ambassador Ahmad Rusdi for the induction and orientation of APR committees.
Despite the odds of the pandemic, Scouting never stopped. Many of our National Scout organizations continued to grow. Hence, our next award is the APR Recognition for Membership Growth. Top NSOs for absolute growth from 2018 to 2020. We recognize Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia, Bangladesh Scouts, the Bharat Scouts and Guides India, Nepal Scouts, Persekutuan Pengakap Malaysia. We also recognize the top NSOs for highest total growth rate from 2018 to 2020. The Scouts Association of Maldives, União Nacional dos Escoteros de Timor-Leste, Pathfinder Scout Vietnam, the Scouts Association of Mongolia, and Bhutan Scouts Association.
Congratulations to our growth achievers for a job well done. On to the next award as we recognize the fervent efforts of these Scout leaders who made possible the collective growth for their NSOs. Let us recognize the contributions of the APR NSO's growth coordinators, starting off with Elson Hind from Scouts Australia, Sarwar Mohammad Shariar from Bangladesh Scouts, Dorji Wangchuk from the Bhutan Scouts Association, Chang Wenxing from the Scouts of China, Rashil Kumar from the Fiji Scouts Association, Sam Y. Kin from the Scout Association of Hong Kong, Lai Chi Wing from the Scouts Association of Hong Kong, Paulus Tijakrawan from the Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia, Kimura Toshihiro from the Scout Association Japan, Linda Chow Yan Kual from the Scouts Association of Macau, Dr. Muhammad Aslan Abjalil from the Persekutuan Pengakap Malaysia, Zo Min Naing from the Myanmar Scouts, Sofronio D. Hontanosas from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines, Edward Law from the Singapore Scouts Association, Dr. Manjula Sahabandu from Sri Lanka Scout Association, Sakolwan Plenku from the National Scout Organization of Thailand, Va Van Tuan from the Pathfinder Scouts Vietnam.
As Scouts, We continue to strive to improve ourselves and our organization in order to serve the young people and our local communities despite the restrictions of face-to-face interactions. Thus, we would like to recognize the APR NSOs who have successfully underwent the online GSAT assessment. The GSAT WUSM Assessment. Cambodia Scouts. Bhutan Scout Association. The Scout Association of Mongolia. Scout Association of Japan. Persekutuan Pengakap Negara Brunei Darussalam. For the GSAT self-assessment, we have the Pathfinder Scouts Vietnam and the Scout Association of Papua New Guinea.
Are you excited still? Well, you should be, as our next set of awards is a much talked about Messengers of Peace initiative. Since the launch of the Messengers of Peace initiative in 2011, the NSOs in the region have led the charge and contribution to billions of services, hours, thousands of engaged young people, and hundreds of peace projects. We now recognize the Messengers of Peace and its various award categories. Our MOP Heroes Award 2022. These young people are recognized for their initiatives in undertaking peace actions in their respective communities and bringing positive change in people's lives. Starting off with Sharma Ainal Adarsh from the Fiji Scouts Association. Trinanjan Aghikari from the Bharat Scouts and Guides India. Muhammad Shabil bin Noor. Mohammed, Persekutuan Pengakap Malaysia. Alan Paul Madriaga from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines. John Marie Cabajo from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines. John Derek Dormis from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines. Joshua Sarit Fernando from the Sri Lanka Scout Association.
MOP Special Award for Volunteers. These leaders are recognized for their outstanding efforts in promoting the Messengers of Peace program and extending their services for peace actions and inspiring young people in their respective communities and NSOs. We have Muhammad Damin Kamkar from the Afghanistan National Scout Organization. Sherman Sheng from the General Association of the Scouts of China. Rinku Tumar from the Bharat Scouts and Guides India. Eriyawa Asanka from the Sri Lanka Scout Association. Special recognition for the MOP Regional Decision Committee. The MOP Regional Decision Committee is composed of members who have been extensively engaged in the evaluation of project grants allocation and management and extended support in building capacity. We have Paul Parkinson, Mr. Dale B. Corvera, and Mr. J. Rizal C. Pangilinan.
Next up, the APR NSO's MOP coordinators. The focal persons in the NSO who have been actively engaged in coordination and implementation of the program at the NSO level. We have Tamim Hamkar from the Afghanistan National Scout Organization. Niketa Cuneo from the Scouts Australia. Jubair Yusuf from the Bangladesh Scouts. Ngawang Yeltsin from the Bhutan Scouts Association. Liana Binti Haji Saleh from the Persekutuan Pengakap Negara Brunei Darussalam. Uch Inimit from the Cambodia Scouts. Sherman Sheng Xiao Mi from the General Association of the Scouts of China. Kailash Bimal Pillay from the Fiji Scouts Association. Mori Chi Kin Cheng from the Scout Association of Hong Kong. Amar B. Chetri from the Bharat Scouts and Guides India. Nauli Fitra Damayanti from the Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia. Liuyen Chung from the Scout Association of Macau. Alif Ajwad bin Marzuki from the Prasikatuan Pengakap, Malaysia. Mohammed Fauzun from the Scout Association of Maldives. Kalyun Kamdash from the Scout Association of Mongolia. Kiao Nizin from the Myanmar Scouts. Ram Prasad Bataray from the Nepal Scouts. Carmelo Francha from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines. Tan Siji from the Singapore Scouts Association. Prabhat Kularatna from the Sri Lanka Scout Association. Wanyada Butranon from the Thailand Scouts Association. Lee Antoine from the Pathfinder Scouts, Vietnam.
APR MOP core team members. These are the leaders who have provided their expertise and services to the region in building capacity, developing tools and promotional materials, supporting the regional and national events, paving the way for the continuous growth of the Messengers of Peace program. We have Kailash Vimal Pillai from the Fiji Scouts Association. Madhusudan Avala Subramanyam from the Bharat Scouts and Guides India. Veni Indri Kristrianti from the Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia. Erwin Samuel Ramli from Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia. Amir Hamza bin Aman from Persikituan Pengakap Malaysia. Ram Prasad Bataray from Nepal Scouts. Yasser Sarona from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines. Fernando De Leon from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines. And Wanyana Butranon, National Scout Organization of Thailand.
Our MOB National Scout Organization. Recognition. These are recognition for the NSOs who are consistently supported the program. Starting off with the Afghanistan National Scout Organization. Scouts Australia. Bangladesh Scouts. Bhutan Scouts Association. Persikatuan Pengakap Negara Brunei Darussalam. Cambodia Scouts. The General Association of the Scouts of China. Fiji Scouts Association. The Bharat Scouts and Guides. Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia. Persikatuan Pengakap Malaysia. Myanmar Scouts. Boy Scouts of the Philippines. Sri Lanka Scout Association. National Scout Organization of Thailand. Pathfinder Scouts Vietnam.
After all these long lists of awards and recognition for deserving scouts and NSOs, we are grateful and privileged to recognize these hardworking committee members, alongside the chairpersons of the different subcommittees whose guidance has led this great Asia-Pacific region in the 2015-2018 and 2018 to 2022 triennium that made all these strives and revelries possible. Friends, let us now recognize our outgoing Regional Scout Committee members for 2015 to 2022. Mr. Ahmad Rusti, Chairman from 2018 to 2021 and Member 2015 to 2018. Mr. E. Bin Lian, Che Hong Leng, Baidas Ishwar Nagarale, Ahmed Ali Maniku, Paul Y. Chi Ho, Lim Wei Yung.
Chairpersons of the APR subcommittees from 2018 to 2022, starting off with Cedric G. Train, Antong S. Raman, Neville Tompkins, Jimmy A. Ang, Yorimasa Matsudaira, Rajalingam Ramasamy, Simon Hang Bok Ri, David Wayne Jones, Chow Shou Pu.
We would also like to thank and recognize our WUSM consultants who have shared their expertise in the delivery of various WUSM services. For the youth engagement, we have Mari Nakano from Japan, Maid Mohammed Zahir from Maldives, Rio Ashadi from Indonesia, Sornsawan Ho from Thailand, Eric Lam from Singapore, and Edwin Chow from Hong Kong.
For the Better World Framework, we have Ruhi Rosaba Jahan from Bangladesh, Tan Siji from Singapore, Bernardo De Leon from the Philippines, Madhusudan Avala from India, Darchanta Siluang Sawat from Thailand, Devraj Gimire from Nepal, Cedric Train from the Philippines, Muhammad Layin Nento from Indonesia.
For the Safe from Harm, we recognize Peter Lee from Hong Kong, Lau Ho Lin from Malaysia, Egbert Young from Malaysia, and Malcolm Tan Ban Ho from Singapore.
The Adults in Scouting, Antong S. Raman from Singapore, Effendi Rajab from Singapore.
For the Diversity and Inclusion, we recognize Peter Blatch from Australia, Tom Houghton from New Zealand, Norman Nordin from Malaysia, and Filomena Barros dos Reis from Timor-Leste.
For the Scouting and Humanitarian Action, we have Muhammad Shihab Udin from Bangladesh, Muhammad Zin Bidin from Malaysia, Ranga Wisnu from Indonesia, and Roderick G. Train from Philippines.
For the Communications, we recognize Muhammad Rizwan Jafar, Communications, and Safe from Harm from Pakistan.
For the Partnerships, we recognize Muhammad Fazal Rabi from Bangladesh, Ut Singgit from Thailand, Muhammad Naufal bin Othman from Malaysia, and Mak Wai Ming from Hong Kong.
For the Governance, we have David Cossert from Australia, Ng Ah Ming from Hong Kong, Tian Yong Pun from Malaysia, Paul Parkinson from Australia, Muhammad Azlan Abdul Jalil from Malaysia, and Rogelio S. Villa Jr. from the Philippines.
For the Spiritual Development, we recognize Ross Tutin from Australia.
For Growth, we have Chang Wenxing from the Scouts of China, Paramisivan Palami from Malaysia, Emma Barker from Australia.
For the Global Support Assessment Tool, we have Chris Bates from Australia, Yi Bin Yan from the Scouts of China, Jason Ng Kaliung from Hong Kong, Mukyudin bin Sarwani from Malaysia, Janaprit Fernando from Sri Lanka, and Paulus Tijakrawan from Indonesia.
We'd also like to take the time to express our appreciation to the Boy Scouts of the Philippines and the Singapore Scout Association for lending a hand to the World Scout Asia Pacific Support Center by allowing great talents to help us run this virtual conference. For their outstanding services and contribution to the 27th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference, WUSM Asia Pacific Region would like to present a special recognition to the following. Our presiding officers from the Philippines, Sean Marie Prithil Patnubay, and Diane Eden Villasis. Malcolm Tan Ban Ho from Singapore. Your Masters of Ceremony, yours truly, Celeste G. Cananua and Bianca Mael Perez from the Philippines. And our conference oversight, we have Mr. Kenny Ralph Fernando from the Philippines.
Congratulations to all the recipients of our special awards and recognition. That concludes the first part of this special recognition ceremony. Next up, the much anticipated and highly coveted Asia Pacific Regional Awards for the following: Certificate of Good Service, Medal for Meritorious Contribution to Scouting, Chairman's Award, and Award for Distinguished Service. Please watch this.
The Asia Pacific Regional Awards 2021. APR Certificate of Good Service. Muhammad Tamim Hamkar, Afghanistan. David Robin Cossart, Australia. Nikita Jade Cunyo, Australia. Aminur Rahman, Bangladesh. Jan Naisau, Fiji. Dominic Chu Chun Ho, Hong Kong. Terence Ho, Wai Kung, Hong Kong. Peter Lee Yu Hung, Hong Kong. Eddie Tam Kwok Kun, Hong Kong. Triadi Parmana Suparta, Indonesia. Akihiko Kondo, Japan. Akira Katayose, Japan. Jamaluddin Jamal Jinal, Malaysia. Noel Pinda, Papua New Guinea. Fernando Ginto de Leon, Philippines. Roderick Gayona Train, Philippines. Cedric Gayona Train, Philippines. Kenny Ralph Cernicola Fernando, Philippines. Leo Gales Lasacar, Philippines. Dr. Leonides Tanson, Philippines. Rogelio Serasfe Villa Jr., Philippines. Yasser Feliciano Sarona, Philippines. Anbarasan Turay Manikam, Singapore. Darren Fuente, Singapore. Edward Law, Singapore. CJ Tan, Singapore. Dr. Asanka Eriyawa, Sri Lanka. Gihan Amil Abesundara, Sri Lanka. Benjang Tintani, Thailand. Dr. Achara Sakrayjai, Thailand. Angelino Melo da Costa, Timor-Leste. Filomena Barros dos Reis, Timor-Leste. The APR Medal for Meritorious Contribution to Scouting. Honorable Gadga Prasad Sharma Oli, Nepal. The APR Chairman's Award. Emma Joy Barker, Australia. Wilson Lai Wai Sang, Hong Kong. Yorimasa Matsudaira, Japan. Dr. Kang Tae-son, Republic of Korea. Francisca Vong Kin Cheng, Macau. Devraj Gimere, Nepal. Jose Eduardo C. Delgado, Philippines. Antong Shahruddin Rahmat, Singapore. Prabhat Lasanta Kularatna, Sri Lanka. Muhammad Fasik Safak Muhid, Sri Lanka. Setanan Ongkul Pabik, Thailand. The APR Award for Distinguished Service. Peter John Blatch, Australia. Peter Blatch, OAM, from Scouts Australia, is currently serving as a member of the volunteer support team of the World Organization of the Scout Movement and a WASM consultant for diversity and inclusion. He is the Deputy Chief Commissioner of Youth Program of Scouts Australia's Queensland branch. Peter is an active leader trainer for more than 30 years, actively serving the region in various leader training courses, including the recently concluded ancillary event of the conference, the APR Course for Leader Trainers. Marina Kano, Japan. Marina Kano is the Deputy International Commissioner of Scout Association of Japan and a WASM consultant for Youth Program. She was a member of the World Scout Committee from 2014 to 2017. Marie also served as the chairperson of the APR Program Subcommittee from 2004 to 2007.
There you have them, conference. Congratulations once again to all the awardees, and may your tribe increase. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the special recognition ceremony. Now, before we proceed to the closing session of the 27th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference, let us first have a 5-minute pit stop. We'll be back shortly. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, conference. Welcome to the closing ceremony of the 27th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference.
Hello again, conference. Hello, mabuhay, assalamualaikum, namaste, ni hao, salamat siang, konnichiwa, annyeonghaseyo, sawadi, xin chào, kia ora, dhanyavad, bula. Time flies so fast, and we are finally here at the closing session of the 27th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference.
Yes, Bianca, that's true. Today is our last day for this conference, but cliche as it may sound, this is not goodbye. This is only the beginning of a new era of scouting in the Asia Pacific region. We are finally closing the 2018 to 2022 triennium with our heads held high, that our strides and revelries over the past years will be radiated forward, beaming with optimism and teeming with pride. The 2022 to 2025 triennium offers us a glimmer of hope for a resilient and sustainable future. So, Bianca, tell me, what is your most favorite part of the conference?
If you come to think of it, that is actually a pretty hard question. If you think it through, there are a lot of crowd favorites. The breakout sessions would come on top, the presentation of the triennial plan, the triennial reports, action time presentations, and even partner presentations. But if there is one thing that struck me the most, that hit every fiber in my being, I'd say it's a decision of the conference to amend the APR Constitution, paving way for the assurance of its inclusion of one adult member under the age of 30 as a member of the APR Scout Committee. That decision radiated through me, and it sent a powerful message that the Asia Pacific region, through riddled with traditions, is slowly moving forward in terms of youth engagement, engaging more young people in decision making.
You know, Bianca, that is very true. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps, and even more so that there are a lot of young people under 30 who were placed in various subcommittees, and 2 women in the APR Scout Committee and a woman in a subcommittee chairperson. Times are changing. We are moving towards a diverse and more inclusive scouting in the Asia Pacific region. How about you, conference? What is your most favorite part of the conference? Type your answers in the chat box. Again, you may share with us your most favorite part of the conference in the chat box.
Interesting choices, conference. At this point, let us take a walk down memory lane and look back at the 6 wonderful days of the 27th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference. Please watch this.
Greeting to scouts and leaders as delegates, observers, guests, World and Regional Committee members, World Scout Bureau staff, and to those that have also joined us through live streaming.
May we call on the Regional Director of WOSM's Asia Pacific region, J. Rizal C. Pangilinan, to brief us about what is in store for all of us in the next few days of this conference.
Dear brothers and sisters in APR region, safe from harm is extremely important.
This must be a key focus for all of us immediately to ensure Scouting is safe for everyone.
We know we can get through anything. Let's rock it together.
Wow! What an ode to our conference memories. Now, despite the fact that this conference is done virtually, we were able to accomplish a lot. Amend our constitution, provide inputs to the triennial plan, share best practices of our NSOs, and set the standard for Regional Scout Conference for WUSM. Despite the fact that this conference is done virtually, we were able to accomplish a lot. Amend our constitution, provide inputs to the triennial plan, share best practices from our NSOs, and set the standard for Regional Scout Conference for WUSM.
At this time, let us welcome back a benevolent leader who was instrumental in shepherding this great Asia-Pacific region from the global health crisis. Under his leadership, the Scout membership of the region continued to grow. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the outgoing chairman of the APR Scout Committee, Ambassador Ahmed Rusdi. Again, let us welcome the outgoing chairman of the APR Scout Committee, Ambassador Ahmed Rusdi.
My dear sisters and brothers, Chief Commissioner and representative of NSO delegations to the APR Scout Conference, my brother Ahmad Al-Hindawi, Secretary General of WUSM, the incoming chairman of the APR Scout Committee, Brother Governor Del Cabrera, my brothers, as our regional director, a good friends of mine, Brother G.R. Pangilinan, my colleagues, members of the APR Scout Committee, subcommittee, and newly elected members. So we are also not forget my sisters and brothers, the purple team in backbone of the successful conference, staff of the APR Support Center in Makati, Manila, and also my final remarks as the outgoing chairman. I also want to reach out to the pride of our movement, Scout leaders and volunteers across the Great Asia Pacific region watching this broadcast via live streaming. Finally, today we have reached last day of our 27th APR Scout Conference. It has been 5 days meeting from 15 to 21st February 2022. I send all of you my warmest greeting and utmost respect from Jakarta. Today, I'm not addressing you as the chairman of the APR Scout Committee, neither do I address you as the outgoing chairman. I'm speaking as Ahmad Rusdi, your colleagues, your friend, and your brothers in our service to young people across the Great Asia Pacific regions. In the beginning of my speech, I always convey my respect, express my appreciation, and great honor to my brother Ahmad Al-Hindawi, Secretary General of WUSM, and brother Andy Chapman, Chairperson of World Scout Committee, who always support our great regions. I am very sad to address you one last time as your chairman. However, I am delighted to pass my role as your Asia Pacific Region Scout Committee chairman to my brother's Governor Dale Calvera. I am confident that he will lead us to greater heights even more in the next triennium together with our best team and scout in our regions. I certify on your greatest understanding and end of my message with one last plea to everyone to continue what we have started and renew our commitment to support our new chairman and keep supporting our movement. Today, it is indeed historic moment, not only for all of us and the regions, since we finally reaching our last day of our successful and the first ever APR conference, which was managed by APR Support Center and assist for e-voting from WASM office in Kuala Lumpur, and followed by NSO in 30 countries as the members of these regions. My sisters, my brothers, before I prepare this speech, I look back at my personal journey. A personal journal, surely time flies. I have been along in the fall of 7 consecutive years. I still remember when the first time I attended the APR Scout meeting in Ngobombo, Sri Lanka, 2014. As the representative of Gerakan Pramuka Indonesia, I didn't know a single person in the Asia Pacific region. Yet, all of you received me with a warm heart and great brotherhood from that very day until the present day. We become friends, brothers, for the rest of our lifetime. Since 3 years as member of the APR committee, and a great yet challenging for our 4 years journey for me, when all of you entrust this great region that stretches from Afghanistan in the west to Japan in the east, from Mongolia in the north, and also New Zealand in the south. Of course, the success belonging to all of us, which was also joined by 3 new members during triennium, becoming 172 countries. It is my great honor for me when you deem myself appropriate to me to become the chair of the committee. It was so touching when I read all your kind words and appreciation during the opening ceremony, and when we read the triennium report in the conference. I read that many so of you appreciate me for my service, such from my brother Davis from WSJ, Hussein Henry from Maldives, Tenzin Trinwei from Bhutan, Nguyen Minh Tuan from Vietnam, Dorji Wangbun from Bhutan, Bahapur also from Nepal, as well Somilato Figoso from Kiribati, Brother Cedric, Muhammad Tamim Hamkar, Afghanistan, Elston Hill from Australia, Zubair Lodi from Pakistan, Philomene Ray from Timor-Leste. The fact is the honor all mine, and thank you for believing me. I would like also to extend my respect into my predecessor, former chairman, Brother Paul Parangkison, and his wife, when we have a APR meeting in Singapore 2017, as well as my older brothers, Minister Wendell Abisandu. I always remember your message when I planned to campaign as APR chairman 2018-22. We should be honest, polite, and the most important part is trust. Also, to my colleagues in the World Scout Committee, APR Scout Committee, Subcommittee, and Foundation, who always tirelessly supporting me. I would like also to thank all of you, and not to mention the leadership and of all the National Scout Organization in our beloved regional for the understanding and good cooperation. For our achievement during this tenure, it is not easy. We face many challenges due to the pandemic COVID-19. And also, this is not my personal achievement. No, it is the committee. If we achieve anything, then it is surely ours, working together, united, hand in hand. I believe I have done everything. I could do things with all my heart against the limitation of time, the limited resources we have, the difference in temporal distance, geographical location, language barrier, diversity in culture and religions, as well nationality, and the challenging period brought my global pandemics. Sisters and brothers, I'm retired person or Scout ambassador posted to numbers of countries. One thing for sure, professionalism and integrity brought Scouts more success. As well, greatness in scouting. We should always try to give that best and perfection. Always be careful, check and double check again all our policies and action. We review our accomplishment together for the past triennium. I really wonders why this region continuously showing its greatness. It is not merely integrity of all of us. No, we are sure what the secret is the greatness of this region come from our honestly, fairnessly, and friendship in scouting. Again, I remember a good quote. This is my sister and brothers who have known me for some times. There are a good sheep and wood sheep that always sail in the sea. But the best sheep are friendship. May they always be. I also never forget my colleagues and brothers Chai Hong Lee from Singapore, Ahmed Ali Maliku from Maldives, Dr. Lee Bin Lian, Scout from China, and Baidas Iswar Nagarale from India, who are together with me in the same batch when we are joining the committee for 2015-2022 term. I would like to convey my highest gratitude to you all for your support and memories together. Thank you once again. Brothers and sisters, today may be last time I stand before the chairman of the APR Scout Committee 2018-2022. And of course, this remark is the last time you will be here from me as the chairman. But nevertheless, trust me, I will always be by your side. To my successor, Honorable Governor Corvera, again, congratulations and welcome. I wish you very best as APR Chairman 2022-2025. As well, my brother Simon Hanbokri and Dr. Sombun Punyansiri as Vice Chairman. I believe during your leadership, I will be soldier to carry together the burden of this office if you shall need a good friends. Last but not least, we shall not forget knowledge the service rendered to this conference. To the Director Prasana, my brother Sid Castillo, and Tian, and my sister Lustirai, and Chit Talaguit, also our staff from the support center in Makati, Manila. As my sister, my brothers as well volunteer for their time and devotion to make sure this conference under guidance and leadership by my brother G.R. Pangilinans run smoothly. As well, my friends in the conference, steering, resolution, and credential committee, tellers, facilitator, moderator, beautiful MCs, those who are run the voting system operate from Kuala Lumpur. Once again, thank you for making this conference a remarkable experience, especially to elected the chairman and to vice chairman, and also to all NSO that propose resolution that we are passed in this conference. I wish I could shake all of you hand in person and salute you for your service. Finally, in this opportunity, from bottom of my heart, I would like also to convey my apologies if I have often done any one during my tenure, especially during the meeting with all members of APR committee and subcommittee as well as task force. Let's continue to work together as brothers and sisters Scouts. Together we will bring victory once again on this new terrain. Again, from Jakarta, the capital city of my beloved Indonesia, Ahmad Rusdi, I thank you. Maramis Salamapo, Hamsa Hamida, Kapkun Kap, Arigato gozaimasu, Shishir, Sukriya Bohot Acha, Danyafat, Tagio Tumas, Kamon, Danki, Bayarwala, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Rusty. As always, a very powerful message. We will not miss you because we know that you will always be around to support scouting in the Asia Pacific.
That is right, Celeste. Now, let us call on the man of the hour, the newly elected chairman of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Committee for 2022 to 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Dale B. Corvera.
In the words of Lord Baden-Powell, differences exist between the peoples of the world in thought and sentiment, just as they do in language and physics. This conference has taught us that we have more in common than differences. We have more shared ideas than disagreements, and mutual goals than divisive thoughts. For the first time, we hold this conference online using modern technology with communications facilitated through the internet and the marvels of digital media. Years ago, we never would have thought that such a multinational and diverse event could happen without physical interaction. But now, here we are, making use of our resourcefulness and creativity as Scouts to make all of this possible. How very apt for our theme, adapting to a changing world. We thank the World Scout Bureau Asia Pacific Support Center for their untiring effort and commitment to provide us with all the digital and technical facilities that we need to realize this event. This conference has resulted in the drafting of significant resolutions, particularly in support of the NSO in their roles as our base organization in our diverse scouting network. Very important are the resolutions encouraging the participation of our young members in the decision and policy-making process of both the NSOs and in the region. I hope everybody had a pleasant experience. I know that we are all excited to to be in Taipei in person. See you in Taiwan in 2025. Thank you and happy Scouting!
Thank you very much, Chairman Dale B. Corvera. From Asia, let us go to the world. We now welcome the Secretary General of the World Organization of the Scout Movement, Mr. Ahmed Alendawi.
Well, thank you once again, and it's great to rejoin again in the closing of this fantastic APR conference. I hope you all agree with me that this has been a big success, a big moment for all of us to connect and to regroup and be inspired by each other's work. I'd like to thank once again my dear brother, Ambassador Ahmed Rushdie, for his leadership, his service, and his continued commitment to support the Scouting in all its functions. And we're not saying goodbye, because you will continue providing your leadership and support to Scouting in your home country and the region. Also, to all the outgoing members of the Regional Committee, thank you so much for your service. I would like also to congratulate my brother Governor Dale for taking on this important role, and for all colleagues who have stepped up to take the responsibility to serve in the Regional Committee. You will be aided also by two able chairperson, vice chairperson, with Brother Simon Ree and Dr. Sambon. So wishing you all the best as you conduct your duties, and rest assured that you will be counting on all the support you need from the World Scout Bureau and WOSM at large. Brothers and sisters, this conference was a big success, bringing us together, and I must admit it exceeded all my expectations, because it allowed all of us to share, debate, and engage in one of the most engaging, believe it or not, it's virtual, we're not in the same room, but I would say it's one of the most engaging conferences for the quality of debate, for the quality of discussions, as we have seen, especially today in the resolution session. This conference can be marked with one word. It's progress. We have been progressing in so many ways, progressing by testing in new ways of connecting, by also looking at how we can advance some of the key priorities for our movement, and safe from harm and youth engagement, and just seeing the ways you voted, the ways you engage, the ways you have championed youth engagement, diversity, and inclusion. It gives me great assurances that the future is really bright. I would like to thank everyone who made this experience possible. I would like in particular to thank the presiding officers, the MCs, all the volunteers, and thank the Boy Scout of the Philippines for fueling and powering this event with their volunteers. I would like to thank the colleagues and the volunteers who supported the conduct of this meeting, from the tellers or the resolution committees, and looking at my brothers Malcolm as well and Janabret for your able conduct of these tricky sessions. You did very well. I also to thank my brother JR and his team for his leadership and the tireless work they put. I'm very proud of our colleagues in APR, and very proud that the One Word Scout Bureau comes together to support any region in their delivery of this event. And as you see from the participation from colleagues across the world. So friends, I know it's been a long 6 days for us, lots of sessions and ideas. I hope you are all inspired. Can I ask you, are you equally inspired to go back to your National Scout organizations, really taking these great learnings, these great examples, how the finest scouting is being exercised across the region, so we'll be able to put it in practice and support each other going forward. Our movement is united, is progressing, and is really celebrating the many talents we have. Thank you for your leadership, for your commitment. I'm here for another great 3 years ahead that we will be showing and delivering scouting to more young people. And until we meet in person, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Powerful message as always. Finally, to give his vote of thanks, let us bring on screen the hardworking Regional Director of WOSM's Asia Pacific region, the dashing and the debonair J. Rizal C. Pangilinan.
Wiper 3.
Greetings to our dear scouting friends joining this conference. Together with the APR Scout Committee, we thank you for joining us in the first ever virtual regional conference. This is the first of the regional conferences of the World Organization of the Scout Movement that will happen this year. We call this the Year of Regional Conferences. Conference like this will never happen without your support. And we would like to thank first our Lord God Almighty for His everyday guidance and blessings. Thank you to our NSOs, for without them, there will be no Asia Pacific region and no Asia Pacific Support Center. You brought scouting direct to our young people. Thank you to the Regional Scout Committee and the rest of the APR subcommittees who have committed themselves to make our past reunion a success despite of some setbacks and challenges brought by COVID-19 pandemic. The leadership of His Excellency Ambassador Ahmad Rasdi is worthy to be recognized. We overcame the challenge that have been experienced in the APR over the last reunion. And things were made possible because of his outstanding leadership. As we mentioned in our opening, he is the one that inspires and radiates positivity and candor. His leadership is one that has been widely supported by his peers in the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Committee and the subcommittee as well. As we say, primus inter pares, the first among equals. We are proud to work in this region because we have committed and dedicated volunteers who work with the staff. That is one of the secrets on how the staff and the volunteers blend in diverse region. Thank you so much to our volunteers who served in the last reunion. We are amazed that you work hard for the region without expecting in return. Thank you to the World Scout Committee for guiding us. Thank you to World Scout Foundation as well as to the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Foundation for supporting this region through the years. The APR Foundation provided a direct financial support in this event so that we will be able to bring quality production. To our benefactors, thank you for supporting us in our projects. To my fellow regional directors and the other members of the senior management team from other support centers, you also bring of service from other regions and partner organizations for joining us. Thank you to all my colleagues at the Global Support Center and the entire One WSB under the leadership of our dynamic WOSOM Secretary General Ahmad Al-Hindawi for leading us in the transformation process as One WSB. Our best team extend the helping hand in running this conference, especially the e-voting system. I understand that you will clap for them. The physical presence of our Secretary General in this conference venue was an inspiration and motivation for all of us here. To our input speakers, NSO presenters, and session leaders, among others, for sharing their vision, wisdom, skills, and story about scouting. Let me mention also the conference officers. Kenny is on deck here, helping us, the Credentials Committee, the Selection and Scrutiny Panel, the Resolutions Committee, our beautiful MCs as mentioned by His Excellency, the presiding officers, and all other committees that work hard for this virtual event. Thank you to all of you. The production team, Faithful Colors, for joining us in learning by doing with the AP team. The James Place here in Rizal, Philippines for providing us healthy food, comfortable accommodation, and a very friendly outdoor environment. To the BSP officers who until now are joining here with us, the National President Dale, Secretary Wendell, IC Kenny, Chief National Commissioner Cedric, Attorney Emil, Attorney Charles, Attorney JR, Jose Rizalino, Jimmy, Congressman Dale, Dave, and other members of the National Executive Board of BSP. Thank you to all of you. To Secretary General Roger Villa and his staff at National and the regional volunteers, regional office, I would say, all the BSP volunteers who supported and physically came here to provide us with the resource and other support, thank you to the Boy Scouts of the Philippines. Now, let me take this opportunity to thank the volunteers who stepped up and took the challenge in ensuring that the goals of the region in the new triennium is achieved. As we enter in the new triennium and we start to move towards the plan 2022 to 2025, we would like to request all of you, especially our NSOs, to continue promoting scouting at all levels. Each one of you has their part, and without us doing our part, we will not be able to achieve our goal. The Asia Pacific Support Center commits to do our very best in supporting our NSOs and bring better scouting to more young people. And at this time, let me finally especially thank the people behind the scene who work day and night. You saw them in the video for long hours to make this 27th APR conference possible and successful. Thank you to my team in the APR. You see the handsome and beautiful smiles in believing to our mission. All of us are here because we believe in one cause, to see every young man and every young woman to be part of this scouting movement. We embrace this educational movement that builds a skill for life because scouting is education for life. As mentioned by our MC, when the steering committee delivered the triennial report 2018-2022, and I quote, "What a journey it has been," and I quote.
Covers PH.
Hello, mic test. Half the world is sleeping, half the world's awake, half can hear their hearts beat, half just hear them break. I am but a traveler in most every way. Ask me what you want to know.
What a journey it has been, and the end is not in sight, but the stars are out tonight, and they're bound to guide my way. And they're shining on my life. I can see a better day. God won't let the darkness in. What a journey has been.
I have been to sorrow, I have been to bliss, where I'll be tomorrow, I can only guess. Through the darkest desert,
can see a better day. I won't let the darkness in. What a journey it has been.
Forward, always forward. Onward, always up. Catching every drop of hope in my empty cup.
What a journey it has
been, and the end is not in sight, but the stars are out tonight, and they're bound to guide my way. When
They're shining in my life. I can see a better day. I won't let the darkness in. What a journey. What a journey has been. And now we will embark into another journey of transitioning, adapting, moving forward to progress and continue creating an impact as a great and united movement. As I give this vote of thanks, let me say this to every one of you. Our work is not yet done unless there is one young scout not benefiting from the program of scouting. Let peace, love, and blessing of the Almighty be with you all. Colleagues, friends, brothers and sisters, happy scouting and see you all in 2025 in Taipei.
What a wonderful treat, RDJR and the rest of the Asia Pacific Support Center. Indeed, what a journey it has been. This Regional Scout Conference is a brand new experience for most of us, and I am more than certain that this is for the books. So, before we finally bid adieu, let us first do a mandatory group photo for the 27th APR Scout Conference. Please open your cameras and show us your best smiles.
finally, that's a wrap, conference. A lot of decisions were made during this conference, decisions that will affect the future of this great Asia-Pacific region, and decisions that will radiate throughout our NSOs and the world over the next few years. This has been your host, Bianca May Elpedes from the Boy Scouts of the Philippines.
And this has been Celeste G. Canunua saying thank you very much, conference.
Ta-ta!
We're inviting everyone to transfer to the international night on a separate Zoom room. Thank you and see you.
Thank you. See you. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all your efforts, for all your hard working. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Cảm ơn.
Khắp khun kha, khắp kha.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người.
From Jakarta with love to all of you.
Thank you. With love. Thank you. Lots of love. Love you all. Thank you.
Kedua,
Basket matasin.
masuk.